property owners, neighbors, architects to continue the tradition that was established nearly 40 years ago in this community. So tradition is a review process that allows community members to work together to preserve the qualities and unique character that make Lake Forest a special community. City of Lake Forest is committed to conducting open and democratic meetings. To achieve that goal, meeting procedures have been adopted by the commission. A copy of the procedures is available at the back of the room on each agenda. As always, it's the intent of the commission to help manage the development and growth of the City of Lake Forest with a keen sense of preserving the historic structures and open space in all the city for its present and future residents. And our goal is to move each petition before us tonight through the review process as quickly as possible while balancing the interests of the petitioners, neighboring property owners, and the larger community. And we'll start this evening, as we always do, with introduction of the commissioners.
Susan Athenson.
John Travers. Bill Ransom.
Kirk Pairitz.
Mary Ellen Swenson.
Robert Elfie.
And Robert, welcome. This is first meeting for Robert on this commission.
Thank you.
And Megan?
Megan Newman.
Thanks. I don't know if we always introduce you or not. I noticed that we're supposed to. All right, my first order of business is the most pleasant of the evening, although it's with regret that we have lost our beloved Commissioner Fred Moyer, who's been with us for over 6 years and is here tonight to get a little commendation plaque. I have something here. Fred was involved with over 160 approvals, many controversial ones, including 4 local landmark designations and including 4 code amendment changes, which we all benefited from his input. And we really enjoyed having his involvement on the commission. I'm sure everyone would echo that, including the lost commissioners before you. So come on up and get a plaque here for you. They give you your thing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. I also have another agenda item here that's a presentation of the 2013 Historic Preservation Award winners from the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation. And so it sounds like we have another good one.
Thank you. I'm Steve Douglas, representing the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation. Thank you for inviting me to present our 2013 Historic Preservation Awards. Our awards are based on the Secretary of Interior's standards for the treatment of historic properties, which delineate 4 distinct but interrelated approaches to the treatment of historic properties. And these are rehabilitation, restoration, reconstruction, and preservation. We also sometimes give awards to new infill projects in historic neighborhoods if the design is compatible with surrounding historic properties. This commission is familiar with many of the properties that received awards, as most came before you for approval. This year we gave 8 rehabilitation awards, 1 preservation award, and 1 restoration award. Rehabilitation acknowledges the need to alter or add to an historic property to meet continuing or changing uses while retaining the property's historic character. Repairs, alterations, and additions are made while preserving those portions or features of the property which convey its historical, cultural, or architectural values. 530 Crabtree Lane was designed by Boyd Hill in 1934. An original porch was enlarged in 1949, and a large sunroom was constructed over the porch in 1979. The large-scale postmodern ornamentation and extensive glazing of the sunroom detracted from the Georgian Revival character of the original house and formal courtyard to the rear. Owners Sarah and James Tenbrook worked with Northworks to replace the unsympathetic additions with a new 2-story wing, mirroring the original east wing in materials and fenestration, and reestablishing the axial formality of the main house and the gardens. 430 Washington Road had major functional issues when purchased by Jim and Kimberly Karras. Designed by J.H. Root in 1925, the house was one of 6 homes built for summer rental and facing a main farmhouse at the center of a 5-acre parcel. The front door actually faced north on the opposite side of the house and 1 level up from the driveway. With architect Harold Lutz and Associates, the Karrases added a covered porch across the main facade to break up the scale of the original 3-story elevation and created a new entry hall and stair between the original house and an addition. Here you can see the 2nd story of the addition and the original front door to the house facing north onto the rear yard. At 806 South Green Bay Road, architect Edward Humrick created a 1-bedroom home in 1950. Humrick once said, "I think a house, any building, should go with the land, not violate the land. A house should be like an outcropping of the land, a rock formation, to belong to the site." I think you can see how this house accomplishes that. His trademark details included post and beam construction, passive solar siding, radiant heat in stained concrete floors, horizontal siding, large operable glass doors to let the outdoors in. Ada and Gordon Boras needed more space, and they worked with the architect Summit Design to renovate and add to the home in the Humrick vernacular. 349 Kingmuir Road was designed by Stanley Anderson in 1927. Several later additions appeared disconnected from the original architecture, including this glass and metal structure at the rear. Owners Molly and Brian Sarver worked with Mellicar Architects to remove incompatible elements, add new windows and dormers, rework the interior plan and additions, creating a unified architectural language. The historical integrity and character of the original structure has been maintained while providing a more elegant and functional floor plan than had resulted from prior additions. 1435 Lake Road was designed by an associate of David Adler's, Ambrose Kramer Jr., to be the coach house to Adler's Richard Bentley estate, both designed in Adler's Dutch South African style. Renovated into a home in 1950 by Stanley Anderson, the structure has again been rehabilitated by owners Sissy and Willard Bunn with Rugo Raff Architects. An unsympathetic post-Anderson addition was removed and replaced, and the plan was remade to be more functional for the owners. Original details were painstakingly copied so that the new now blends seamlessly with the original. 797 North Sheridan Road is really 2 separate buildings combined into one. And if you can see the cursor, I think the collision occurred somewhere right around here. The Barnum House was built for Samuel Ezra Barnum in 1867. The Wright store was built in 1859 at the northeast corner of Deer Path and Western, and was later moved and combined with the house in the 1880s. Owners Amy and Luke Lincoln worked with Door 13 architecture to restore interior and exterior elements of both structures, including reconstructing the front porch to its original open design. 211 Maple Court was designed by Boston architects Shepley, Rutan, and Coolidge as the coach house to the Rumsey estate across the ravine on Illinois Road. In 1973, an incompatible 2-story addition was constructed. Owners Ann and Steve Skinner worked with Rugo Raff Architects to demolish the addition and replace it with a new 2-story addition, compatible in design and materials to the original structure. Here you can see the exquisite attention to detail that unites the new work with the original design. 215 North Sheridan Road was designed by Jerome R. Cerny in 1927 for Carter H. Harrison V, who had served multiple terms as mayor of Chicago. Owners Jane and Mark Nauer worked with Ruggles Architecture to completely renovate the home, add a new 3-car garage, and a wonderful garden terrace and wall at the rear. This year we also gave one preservation award. Preservation focuses on the maintenance and repair of existing historic materials and retention of a property's form as it has evolved over time. This is the act or process of applying measures necessary to sustain the existing form, integrity, and materials of an historic property. 461 North Green Bay Road was designed by David Adler in 1913 for Mr. and Mrs. William E. Clow, Jr. The house is virtually unchanged and is in excellent condition, thanks in large part to the preservation efforts of owners Barbara and Raymond Buck. This is a great example of preservation at its finest. It's all original, right down to the green wood shutters, the wood windows, and the yellow stucco. Even the hedges are still laid out in their original pattern. The house is very urban in its design in response to the fairly constrained site. And as we pass through this door from the front to the rear, we could easily be in an urban garden somewhere in Europe. And finally, we also gave one restoration award this year. Restoration is undertaken to accurately depict the form, features, and character of a property as it appeared at a particular period of time in history by means of the removal of features from other periods in its history and reconstruction of missing features from the restoration period. 776 and 778 North Green Bay Road are Howard Van Doren Shaw's gatehouses to his Walter Brewster estate of 1910. The house was sited by the Olmsted organization here to the west of this pond and looking toward the Skokie River, with the gatehouses sited east of the pond on Green Bay Road. The entry drive proceeded west, like this, and then went around the pond in both directions, and then proceeded to the house. Bear in mind that Westminster did not extend west of Green Bay Road at this time, and in fact, the property extended all the way to the Skokie Ditch. Approaching from Green Bay Road, you can see the garage to the right and the gardener's cottage to the left, and you're drawn by the strong main axis through the formal entry sequence between the two structures to the main estate, which you can see here in the distance. In 1953, the gatehouses were subdivided into two separate properties. In the 60s, the garage was converted into a residence with 2 of the 4 garage door openings bricked up. Significant changes were also made to the gardener's cottage, including a 2-story garage addition to the south, a new entry vestibule protruding into the motor court, destroying its original symmetry, and removal of all the original windows and replacement with large, undivided expanses of thermal pane glass. Current owners Missy and John Dursey, working with architect Virgil McDowell, have reunited the 2 properties and restored much of Shaw's original design while also modifying later additions to make them more sympathetic to the original architecture. For example, they removed the garage from the gardener's cottage, converting it to living space and integrating this 60s addition with the original structure. They removed and replaced all the brick from the 2-story addition to the cottage in order that the brick would match the original brick in both size and texture, and they added the limestone course to match Shaw's design. They removed the modern thermal pane picture windows and restored window openings to their original proportions with new custom single glazed true divided light wood windows and separate wood storm windows. They removed the entry vestibule that had been added to the motor court and restored the gardener's cottage facade. The roofs were also all restored with recycled slate shingles, and the asphalt in the motor court was removed and replaced with gravel pavement as Shaw would have used. They restored the only remaining original Shaw door and used it as the main door to the home. And using Shaw's original architectural drawings as a guide, they removed the 60s brick infill from 2 of the garage door openings, restored them to their original configuration, and installed custom-made garage doors at all 4 openings, following Shaw's design. Look at Shaw's detail for the diagonal boards and the prominent sill under the windows, and now look at the result of the restoration. I would like to thank you again for your invitation, and thank you for supporting the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation.
Thank you. All right, our next agenda item is a continued petition. This is a consideration for a request for a certificate of appropriateness approving site and building modifications, including changes to the church interest parking lot, driveways, replacement exterior lighting, and modifications to the landscaping for the Church of the Holy Spirit at 400 East Westminster. So if you want to come on up and tell us. I believe we had one conflict last time with Jim Preschlack. He's not here this evening, so I don't think we have any other ex parte conflicts. So maybe you can catch us up just a little bit, and please be mindful of time this evening. We have a full agenda, and so do your best, and we'll try to do our best too.
Good evening. My name is Steve Wright. I'm here on behalf of the Church of the Holy Spirit. And first, we want to thank you for the opportunity to come back. It seems hard to believe, but we were here just 2 months ago, and we've used that time, I think, very productively, and we've tried to listen. First of all, we supplemented the team on the design side and added Tom Reikovich, who is a noted architect with regard to, some of the very classic buildings, traditional buildings that are in the city. I think you know Tom. And also Craig Bergman, who we've added on the landscape side, and to create a sensitivity to the landscape beyond. And of course, Conservation Design Forum that you heard from last time is also an important member of the team. So what we've come here tonight to talk about what's happened since then. And I think we've spent a lot of time working with the staff and addressing some of the concerns and issues that you raised at the last meeting. We also have had a number of forums with concerned parishioners and neighbors to listen first to their concerns and desires, and then to work together to bring back to you what we think is a really exciting result of the process, which is great to see that the process works and the time was well spent. We've looked at these things. Will address the east entrance, which was a topic, define more clearly the landscape and the lighting, and also to talk about the paving. So the things that were there, and I think the net result is something that not only meets the functional requirements that we were trying to achieve, but also, creates something special. So it's additive, not a concern, and we hope you'll feel that way. So without further ado, Tom, why don't you take us through?
Good evening. I'm Tom Reikovich. I'm pleased to be part of the team working on the Church of the Holy Spirit project now. As Steve mentioned a moment ago, and I'm going to do this at a gallop, I hope you tolerate the speed. As Steve mentioned a moment ago, the process involved reaching out to both interested parishioners but also to the neighborhood at large after, pursuant to your feedback in the first iteration of the design. And they brought a couple of extra folks onto the team, and one of the things that they asked me to concentrate on was the design of the drive and the east entrance in a way to make it more compatible with the historic architecture of the church structure. The listening part of the process was particularly helpful, I think, as well as some scholarship that we tried to bring to studying the nature of the building. The building began by Frost and Granger's design in 1902, and you see that it's basically an English hall church, an English medieval hall church. A lot of sort of idiosyncratic elements on it, but nonetheless something quite compact in design, with an entrance porch that you see right there, which is sort of the hallmark of the arrival at the church. Subsequent to that, in the 20s, Stanley Anderson did an addition to it. That addition constitutes this portion of the building. A new narthex was added, which is an entry hall prior to the liturgical space of the church. This porch, this open-air porch, was added, and the porch that Frost and Granger had designed, the original entrance, was converted into a chapel. Then in the 1960s, the building kept expanding westward, and so we were looking at the way in which it was expanded. There's a long sort of arcade range that you see here, 1 story tall, and then this large gabled wing at the far west. At the same time, the one Gothic pointed arch of Stanley Anderson is doubled to create more capacity for the arrival. And then in the 1970s, or in 1970, a north and south transept were added, basically burying much of what remained of Frost and Granger's original design beneath that addition, which you see there. And then at the very far west, near the parking lot, which you're familiar with, yet another addition was done in the late 1990s. So our objective was to look at this portion of the church and to look at the character as it stands today, this highly sort of accretive, additive structure, lots of different things that have happened in a series of processes, none of which necessarily seem to relate a whole lot actually to what had happened before, but in the balance creating a composition which is pleasing at the same time as you can see on this slide particularly, you see the vestiges of all those different building campaigns with little sense that there's a kind of a summation being taking place at the entryway there. Many of the people who come to this entranceway, though, come from the west parking lot, and you take this sidewalk and you see the arrow that I've drawn on the ground. It leads to what is an emergency exit door from the south transept with a sort of a pyramidal cascade of stairs. That has become, by way of this sort of additive history of the building, the focal point of people's passage toward the church. You don't really see those pointed arches from the west parking lot. You come up parallel to that surface. As you look back to the west, there's some sense that there's a connection being made back by way of that sidewalk to the new westernmost entrance there. So there is a little bit of architectural organization to the overall scheme, and our objective was to try to amplify that and to actually make it clearer. So again, here is the entry porch, this portion being the one that Stanley Anderson designed, and you can barely tell, but the stone color changes here. This is all new. The original design done in the 1960s that added this actually had these stairs at a distance of 2 or 3 feet forward of those pointed arches. So as you learn the history of all of this, you begin to realize how this developed in a kind of ad hoc fashion. English Hall churches, though, typically didn't have stairs leading to the entry, and one of the things that people expressed as a concern was that the loss of those stairs gave up part of the Gothic character. The reality of it is that this building is, again, a kind of an accumulation of different takes on what Gothic architecture is, and if you look at the origins that certainly the Frost and Granger were looking at when they designed theirs, and you see how very much like Frost and Granger's entry this portion is with the step gable, but you also notice that what happens on these entry porches is that you come in at grade, usually with some clearing or open area in front of it, and then you enter into the porch. And then also here on the North Shore, other examples of structures where entrances are taken in at grade. This is Conn Auditorium at Northwestern by James Gamble Rogers with a terrace area out in the front that leads in at grade. There was also a sense that if we were going to put accessibility for mobility impaired people into this into the equation here, and this is the priority, is one of the priorities of this project, this memorial garden, which is situated between this, which is that original entry porch converted into a chapel, and this corner here, which is the current entry porch, that memorial garden is something we didn't want to lose. And it's dedicated to certain individuals, and to introduce some sort of switchback ramp or something in that location would have defeated the presence of that garden in that location. There was also the sense that, again, as you come from the west parking lot, that this is really what you're looking at, and so we looked at a way to ameliorate that condition and create something that would be more appealing for people coming from the west sidewalk. As well, this is an area that people talked about as a possible location, so we wanted to study a possible location to put ramping. This being the open portion of the existing porch, and this portion being the enclosed narthex. And you see that against that arcade range. So we looked at a design in which there would be a raised area terrace, a ramp behind a wall like those terrace designs that I showed you in one of the previous slides from Northwestern. But there's a problem that introduces, which is that number one, it detracts from this arcade. The arcade, this beautiful kind of simplicity of this long arcade, which houses a number of offices, important offices for the church, gets somewhat lost behind that. And also, the existing arch on the side of the entry porch has this beam that comes down directly above the stonework, which is not high enough actually to provide head clearance. So the character of the interior of that porch would have had to have been altered to make an access from the side. So the next option to look at was how can we go back to perhaps the earlier thinking, which is to have the surface of the porch actually extend further out. And standing in the porch, you become aware fairly quickly that the radical change from the darkness of the porch to the bright sunlight for people who are in advanced age with early vision issues is also a challenge. To have stairs precisely at that point where your eye has to adjust to differing types of light conditions is a safety issue. So that led to the idea that a terrace would happen outside of there, maintaining steps, but also introducing a ramp. That situation preserves the memorial garden here, and also provides a terrace that could be a visual terminus coming up from the west parking lot to somewhat diminish the kind of visibility of that south transept door. But in looking at that, again, you have this kind of ramp condition that becomes almost overwhelming. And so the next thought was, can we keep the stairs here, which satisfies the notion that a lot of people have that one ought to step up and rise up into a liturgical space, but actually slope a sidewalk off of the south surface of this. Use this terrace as basically an extension of that interior space, so it's a continuous ground plane. Do it in bluestone so that it matches what's in the porch. Build it out to a point where it creates a condition here which is essentially symmetrical to the volume of the south transept addition as a way of unifying those parts. And as a long-term master plan, create a walled memorial garden court here, redirecting the stair from the south transept. One of the things that this does, and it gets at the next issue, this is an image of it, what happens is we can then do a sidewalk rather than a ramp that is at a pitch of 1 to 20. So we're not doing a ramp that would require handrails, but rather we have a continuous pitch down over an elevational change of about 14 inches from the existing elevation of that porch, the interior of which again would remain as it is today. People coming from the west would still proceed up a series of stairs to get to that terrace, and people dropped off with mobility impairments or other issues or for important ceremonies would be able to move up these two ramped sidewalks to that terrace area, which could also then be used for social gathering and fellowship after services. The thought here, though, was that what this obligates to achieve that shallow slope is that the drive actually has to be moved a bit further away from the building. But that actually ultimately worked to our advantage because it addressed a concern that one of the parishioners had that came to these meetings about the driveway and the view of the driveway from their property. That resonated with me. It was a concern that one of the neighbors had in particular, and it was one that I think was well-founded. Originally, the drive came off of Church Road and filled its way out here, but you see the turnaround was directly in front of the entrance. The earlier proposal was to actually, these are the stakes, to have the drive come this way, but that would have directed the drive, in my mind, too close to the south transept and not sufficiently enough toward the actual real entry. So after some looking and careful consideration, sorry, it's not, we looked at this and we realized that while this portion of the drive was reasonable, this portion actually intrudes in the view from Westminster to the porch. And so instead, the solution was to push that driveway further out, maintain its position such that where its curb cut happens here will be exactly where the current curb cut is, and the western curb cut will shift, and you have documents that show that to you. All of this was a way of treating both that east entrance and also, again, the drive to address the issue, the concerns of the neighbor. And in conjunction with that, Craig Bergman did landscape work, and he's going to speak now.
I am Craig Bergman, and we are very aware of the time, and I'm going to be quick about this. One of the things that was a key element for all of us is that we wanted to change the character of the landscape as minimally as possible for the history of the neighborhood and the history of all of the investment that the church has put in over the years. So as Tom had mentioned, the circle drive, the entry point is exactly where it is at the east end, and then we actually just shifted the circle a little further west to accommodate easier parking and easier access for vehicles. When we decided, because we wanted to have a brief presentation for you so we'd have more time for questions later, I'm not going to hit on all the landscape issues, but I will tell you that compared to the plan that you had seen a couple months ago, the concept of the bioswales being visible and filled with herbaceous plant material that look almost garden-esque, those elements along the public sidewalk do not exist anymore. The bioswales are done in turf, so it looks very much like it does today. We've increased the canopy, the number of canopy trees that we have to take down to accommodate for the reconfiguration of the parking lot, and all of the plant materials that are in the islands of the parking lot. We have used real simple collection of plant materials that are perfectly hardy to lake forest, perfectly durable, and most likely we considered the native population of plants first, but we're suggesting to use disease-resistant elms instead of American elms for obvious reasons. And the island beds are actually planted with deciduous ground-covering shrub called Growlow sumac, which is very easy to dump snow on. It allows people to not cut through the island, so we can actually maintain a vegetative buffer between the parking spaces. And I think that the key element that we were brought in for was to define the landscape at the front court, linking the circle drive to the front entry of the church, as Tom had described. If you look at the front entry terrace landscape plan there, and Tom did mention this earlier, that the, whoops, I think I just turned it off. I'm trying to find the pointer. The big button? Of course, that's why I couldn't find it. This would be stage 2, the masonry link connection to the south transept stair reconfiguration. But what we're planning on doing is keeping the vernacular of the plant collection very similar to what it is. We're recycling the existing boxwood plant materials that occur here and here on both sides of the existing porch. We're recycling the memorial boxwood hedging here that was allowed to get a little too tall for the space, so we're repurposing it to a little further west. That was not in our control, but if you've worked with me or known about me before, I can't but keep going, you know, to make something more appropriate and more beautiful. So the game plan here is to, at the base of the seat walls that contain the terrace, this would be deciduous hedge, a dwarf hedge of alpine currant, one of the first deciduous plants to leaf out in the spring. Repeat the boxwood vocabulary at the west side of the porch, and reconfigure box here underneath the existing crabapple. We would put a Donald Wyman crab, which is a crab that's very specifically disease resistant. All of the collection of plants that we're proposing in these zones are low maintenance plants because the church had requested that, but appropriate plants to the period of the architecture. Reinstalling a boxwood hedge, smaller scale, ground cover plants, pachysandra, spring bulbs intermixed with certain things, but again, very simplistic planting. And as you can see, there's a little green panel here at the entry walk, and that would be dwarf taxus or yew, which also occur here at the south transept foundation. We wanted the newness of this masonry structure to be softened by green elements so it fit right into the existing structure. Here's an example of a white oak. This is a mature white oak that's been here for at least 75 to 100 years. We're proposing to put a new one in. And if you were to look back at the overall landscape plan, we're proposing to put additional shade tree in the circle here. We're actually moving 2 14-inch red maples that exist right now in the future circle. We're actually moving them to the west to ensure that the maturity of those trees is not lost due to the improvement of construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a staff report?
We do. I will keep my comments brief. When the commission saw this project in February, you were generally supportive of the project. You gave direction to provide further details, to study specific elements further, look for other solutions, and to bring something back that was simpler, paying very close attention to preserving the neighborhood and preserving the streetscape. In particular, you asked for some further study on the entrance. And I won't review that, but certainly the church heard that, went out, brought in Tom Reykjavik, and really spent some time studying that entry, looking at the history and looking at how change to that entrance could be made to meet the desirability for accessibility, but doing so in a way that comprehensively looked at the site. You had concerns about lighting. Although that wasn't discussed, there is information in your packet. Rather than change the style of fixtures, the proposal now sticks with the shoebox lighting, which is subtle. It really keeps it low-key and really respects the surrounding neighborhood. There is a condition that speaks operationally to the lighting going forward, and that's included in your staff report. You spoke to simplifying the paving materials, the paver bricks that were proposed originally in the parking lot and on the pedestrian walkways were multiple colors. That has been simplified. A single color of paver blocks, concrete walkways, and the circle drive will remain asphalt. You heard that the circle drive, the changes to the circle drive have been minimized, and that the grade change that originally was proposed to extend from virtually the edge of the street up toward the front entrance, the archways, that has really been focused on the area between the top of the driveway and the new terrace that is proposed. There is some further information on tree removal that clarifies the removal. The trees proposed for removal on the site are in poor condition. The city arborist does support those removals. The trash area has been reduced in size, and rather than that being a large element, has really been simplified with a wooden closure. The other element you talked about is the driveway onto Wisconsin Avenue. That was originally proposed at, I think, approximately 20 feet or perhaps a little wider. That has been reduced in size, a little wider than it is now. I believe it's 12 feet now. It's increased in size to 16, which is the maximum size allowed for a residential driveway. So that change does respect the residential neighborhood along Wisconsin. You do have a recommendation in support of this project. You have a number of conditions of approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thanks. Now is an opportunity to ask questions, if anybody has any, for either the petitioner or the staff.
Kathy, can I just ask you to clarify your recommendations in the staff report? Because we got this late, so I just want to make sure I understand it completely. You're recommending a subcommittee be formed?
For the front entrance, I think, given the attention to detail that we heard that the commission wanted, I think it would be appropriate to appoint a subcommittee. Alternatively, you could direct that review of the final construction drawings of the front entry terrace that's to be constructed to staff, and we could certainly consult with the chairman. That's just in recognition of the commission, and I think the neighbors' interest in understanding exactly how that entry is going to change.
I would like an explanation of the difference of the light levels proposed and how they differ from this meeting to the last meeting. That was my biggest concern last time.
Good evening. I'm Dave Yaka with Conservation Design Forum. After the last meeting, we went out and took light levels in the parking lot, and that's indicated on one of the diagrams, and we're calling it up here in just a moment. And then we've revised the proposed lighting plan, and then also have a photometric plan for that. While Jonathan is calling that up, I can describe the lighting characteristic of the current lighting scheme is we have metal halide shoebox fixtures. They're 10 foot high in the parking lot, and then it's the same fixture at lower heights in a few other locations on the site that serve as pedestrian lights. And those are all metal halide lights, and the light levels are upwards of 5 to 6 foot candles directly underneath them and within close proximity to them, and then that tapers off and down to around an average of well, actually we don't have a full photometric plan for existing conditions. We just took spot readings to get a sense of what the light levels were in general. And so we have basically a pretty wide range from not even registering on the light meter in portions of the parking lots to, like I said, 5 to 6 foot candles. And let's see. So right underneath the poles, like I said, it's very high, and then by the time you get out to the center, it's less than a foot candle. So they're really, as shoeboxes, they're really directed down, but it's quite a variation, and especially back in this corner. You can see there's only one light pole here, and this whole back corner is quite dark. And then there's some dark areas here, although this diagram does not represent. There are two lights mounted onto the garage which shine out, and that further illuminates this portion of the site. And then the walkway, the main walkway between the parking lot and the main entrance has just a couple of the overhead fixtures, and there are some very dark spots, especially getting up here near the entrance, and then at close to the front entrance, and also near the emergency exit here. So there are a couple of overhead lights, but there are spots that are quite dark near the entrance. And then there are two overhead lights around the existing traffic circle. So that's the existing conditions. And this is a diagram of the proposed lighting plan. And what we've done is really broken it into 3 zones. So we have the parking lot here, and we've reduced the number of light fixtures proposed in the parking lot down to is it 17? 17. And that is to get a better light distribution within the parking lot. And this is a photograph of the proposed light fixture. It's very similar to the light fixture in appearance that we have now. It is an LED light as opposed to a metal halide, and it is in the color range of about 3,000 Kelvin, which is similar in light color to the existing street lights, which is a warmer color than the metal halide. So it's actually much closer to the neighborhood ambient lighting on the streets than what our current parking lot is. So that we feel is more compatible with the neighborhood. And then because of our distribution of lights within the parking lot, it's a more even distribution and a lower average light level than exists today. And then we've also pulled back the light fixtures from the adjacent property. We've taken a few out that we had proposed along the property line, and they're all, the ones that are near the property are full cutoff fixtures with no light trespass off the site whatsoever. So our photometric plan shows that we're down to 0 light level at any point off the property. Then we have a different scheme for the walkway between the parking lot and the front entrance, and this is something that we looked at a number of different options for, but felt that the best approach would be to have bollards, low 20-inch high bollards, so it's lower than even a standard bollard height, that put some light onto that walkway out of slots in the side. And you can see here's an image of that bollard. And it is more of a traditional character, and it's because you see it against the elevation of that arcade that Tom was describing earlier. And so these would line up with the fenestration of that arcade and provide a moderate light level, enough to see. It doesn't completely illuminate that walkway, but it's enough to see from point to point and be able to navigate up to the entrance. And then we have one bollard on either side that illuminate the steps that Tom described at this new terrace. So that's the second type of lighting. And then a third type of lighting is these very low ground-mounted fixtures, which provide just a tiny little spot of light and a few spots around the entrance circle adjacent to our accessible parking spaces, and then along flanking the walkways that come up from the drop-off area to that terrace. And those lights are very low level and actually don't register on the photometric plan. So the photometric plan shows that it's 0, although there are little elements of light there. Yeah, and then we have, just to give you 2 other diagrams that we've done for the purpose of talking about this tonight. This shows the photometric plan. I know you can't read any of these numbers. It's what I just described to you. But the footprint of area that is any illumination at all is shown in this tone. And that footprint is roughly the same footprint that has illumination now, although the light levels, like I said, are more evened out. With the possible exception is this is less light on the entrance circle than exists today, because we've used a different fixture there. And then we have a couple of simulations. I know you wanted to get a better sense of what that light might look like. These are some simulations based upon that photometric plan of the parking lot only. And you can see that there's a light pole, and then there's it's a cast of light there, and then it gets a little bit lower on the drive aisles and spaces in between, but there's adequate visibility within all the parking surfaces, and then it's completely cut off at the property lines. And part of this is because we have a solid wood fence along that entire property line. And then just a few more views of that same illustration. And then there's an enlargement. But one of the other questions from last meeting was, how does this compare to a typical commercial parking lot? And it's much lower in light level. Typical commercial parking lot will be upwards of 5 to 6 foot candles average, with hotspots of upwards of 20 to even 30 foot candles under a very bright light. And this is, a typical commercial application. This is completely different than that. It's much lower light levels.
And what would you say would be the average level in this parking lot, in a, pick the strip that's bright?
It is an average of, what is it?
Since I can't read the numbers.
It's less than a foot candle average.
Okay,
I think
thanks.
it's about half a foot candle average.
Kathy, I have another question. They're proposing a light fixture at the curb of their new, the new sort of lighting fixture type. Does the town like that? There's an existing city streetlight at their circular entrance. Do we like the two different
The existing
lamps?
street light would be relocated,
Right,
so they would not change, it would still be the city street light.
right, but there's one at the end of the driveway
On the west end of the west side of the parking lot driveway.
that's right at the curb. That's, the modern style streetlight. Does the
I
does the
think we
city
could
care?
certainly look at the placement of that. Maybe that gets shifted back a little.
You're referring to the one that's located right here?
Yep.
Right.
Yes.
That's something we could certainly look at.
Sure, it's right about there.
Page 13 has a good shot of it.
It shows up on our plan about a foot outside of the sidewalk so I think Sue's concern is you've got the rhythm of the city lights along the street frontage, and then all of a sudden this light, which, it's illuminating the entrance, which is nice so you can see where you're going.
Right.
But I think maybe the placement could be improved there.
Sure, that's this one. Yes,
Yeah.
we could pull it back. I mean, one of the specific comments we've had from a number of parishioners is the darkness of that entrance
Yep,
and
sure.
difficulty negotiating. There is a street light that's across the street, but the light levels get pretty dim by the time you get back across on the
Right.
north side of.
Have there been any accidents, or is it just complaints that have prompted you to put
I think it's
the
mainly
light there?
complaints. I'm not aware of accidents per se.
What about could you just, for conversation, tell us, like the relocated city light that's in the circle, what kind of illumination is that versus what you're proposing here? I mean, are they similar light levels?
We're at they're,
And just,
yeah, we measured about 0.3 to 0.4.
so they're quite
foot
low,
candles.
quite low compared to what you're hoping to get at that entrance so people can see where they're going and that kind of
Yeah,
thing.
we're-
Understand. Yeah.
Yeah, right around the light, it does get upwards of 4 to 5 foot candles on the surface.
The condition at the back entrance, if you will, the entrance off of the Wisconsin, might be a little more ideal, where you still have good illumination for that entrance, but the fixture is obviously not in the city parkway and doesn't look like it's part of the city streetscape, Might be a better, I think it's a good catch.
Yeah, we can look at bringing
Yeah.
that back and still getting a bit of light.
Any other comments or questions for the the staff or the presenters?
Well, I just had a question about the Wisconsin entrance. Were you moving that street light that's there currently? or-
When we narrowed the proposed driveway, we now no longer need to relocate that light.
Okay, so it
So
stays
that
there.
will remain in its current.
Okay.
There was some discussion about curbing last time, just so we make sure we understand how that's being done. I think in our last presentation, we had two different kinds of curb conditions that were flat and curb conditions that were, I would call, normal.
Based upon the committee's recommendation as well as discussion with staff, we've revised the plan to have a curb along all the walkways that are adjacent to pavement. And So that's the one that I'm pointing to here, the north-south up to the west entrance, as well as the edge of the revised drop-off circle here. So that will be a raised curb in both of those locations. We revised the pavement to be poured concrete rather than paver, so it's much simpler. And we will have ramp access at certain locations. So for example, here, we'll have basically it will come down to the grade, and we'll have a warning strip there as required. And then a few locations along here will dip it down to existing grade. And part of that is to accommodate smooth pedestrian movement, and part of it is to accommodate, at the end of these drive aisles, snowplow removal without having that issue. But otherwise, it will be a barrier curb along there and along here. We have a few ramps or flat areas there.
Perfect. At the entrance to the church itself, in some of the images, it looks like the paving is solid, like in this image, but in some of the images, it looks like there's a grass strip between two sidewalks. Has that been resolved, or is that, like, if you look at the rendering, I think in the early part of the presentation, I think it shows up as two sidewalks.
Right. It's been revised to this configuration, which is a combination of the two. There is a portion of a planting strip that would be planted with low shrubs, low yews, and then the rest would be a concrete walk on either side, and then a strip of bluestone down the center. And part of that is to allow for an area of congregating that's as part of that arrival sequence.
Any other questions?
I have a question about the front entryway. I was the one that kind of raised the issue about the traditional church architecture last time, so thank you for visiting that. And I see you really explored the alternatives that we had kind of suggested. I know Fred had mentioned something. He was really adamant about the ramps being on the side so you don't lose those front stairs and the formality of those front stairs. And, if you look, excuse me, at the original church, it had the Latin cross kind of, form, and it was very formal. And I think with the ramp, what our concern was is that it would just become a lot more casual. And I understand that you have the stairs on the side, but I'm just wondering, were you attempting to bring some formality back to that entranceway? Because all those, subsequent additions have kind of lost that form that you mentioned, that formal form, and made everything so less casual. And just wondering how you attempted to add more of the formality back into that entryway.
In looking at that terrace, the one slide I think showed it. I don't know how easily I can get that slide back up, but the one slide showed how what we did was we established building the terrace out to a point where it aligned with the face of the south transept. So partly what we were trying to do, and these seat walls are 22 inches tall, with a Gothic coping stone on it. It's that chamfered and then undercut Gothic coping stone that exists actually on a number of positions on the building itself. In fact, it's the way that the stepped gable takes place. And so part of the objective, so partly the way to reintroduce formality was to bring this surface of the front of the terrace, that surface of the front of the terrace, out to in plane with this portion of it. To have the stairs are done in bluestone. They actually cascade downwards so that it's not just confined to the width of the wall, but they step out beyond the wall on either side. The thinking was that for many people, the experience of this actually is coming incident from the west. And the terrace can act as a kind of a mediating condition that allows people to arrive somewhere before they make the turn. That kind of terracing, again, is quite common if you look at collegiate Gothic campuses. In fact, that kind of terrace as a precursor to a porch or an open exterior loggia or something is also fairly common. The idea of having the ramp surface to the south, the biggest part of that was that we wanted to operate as closely as possible to the spirit that people with those mobility impairments should be able to experience entering that church in a way that anybody else could enter that church. And so while I do agree that in some Gothic churches, although again, not the kind of hall churches that were the precedent for Frost and Granger's work, in some churches you do step up. So the idea that you would step up as a kind of a way of ascending up to this terrace, prepare yourself for prayer, I think makes sense. But the idea that that ramp could allow anybody of any ability to get to the terrace in the same way, I think that's the intention. And also, in the perspective view probably is not terribly easy to see, the middle portion of this wall actually has an upward stepped, and not on this diagram, but on the perspective, has an upward step piece of that imitates the gable. There we go. That condition, and it'll actually have, we're developing those details now, 2 quatrefoil bas-relief arches in the stone on its face, meaning that spot right there. A part of that is to literally render then that front surface of the wall as emblematically similar to what's happening there, so that the architecture of that front surface of the terrace here, which consists of 3 wall segments, that one, and that one, and then that planting which is low growth planting that'll be in front of it, that this becomes analogous in terms of its architectural detailing to what's happening here. All of that's intended to sort of reintroduce that sense of formality and then pair it off with what's happening over there.
Yeah, I think my fear is just that you keep adding and adding and adding and keep losing that original sense of the church, you know? I mean, it's almost like, how do you tie all those additions together and still honor the original church? But it's almost really hard to do that at this point.
Part of the, I mean, that absolutely entered into our thinking, and that's ultimately what led to, again, that decision, that knitting these things together. When that emergency exit door was put on that south transept, interestingly, it was placed on alignment with that westbound sidewalk, which then lines up with the trefoil arch that happens on the far west entry. Our thought here was having that terrace be something that basically stitches or weaves together all those disparate parts as a way to create that kind of unity. The way that the building evolved from, this clearly doesn't look like an entry anymore, and that was the entry. This didn't exist. And so as all those things sort of run in, our hope was that this element actually ultimately ties all that together, creates a sort of garden court, and operates in a way where it actually starts to kind of reunify the parts rather than adding another part. It's intended to stitch it together.
Right. Now, are there any kind of regulations that stipulate that emergency exit has to have a ramp?
There are not that I know of. That emergency exit has to be accessible by a stretcher for if an emergency personnel are there, EMTs are there to take someone away. We have to have adequate dimension as you would on any kind of an exit, but the stairs that are there now don't require that.
In terms of the execution of the entire project, is the idea to proceed all at once, to proceed in some areas first? Did I hear there was a second phase or something to?
The idea is that this terrace, the walk and the stair that lead to it, the stair on the other side, and the sort of double walk, if you will, with the planting strip between, is phase 1. And that this extension of the wall across and the reorientation of that stair is phase 2.
And in terms of the rest of the parking improvements, is that all?
That's all phase 1.
Phase 1.
The only element that would be considered a phase 2, and it's really a matter of getting funding in place to do it, is the extension of that wall. When the terrace wall is built, that corner will be detailed to facilitate the continuity with the rest of that wall. That wall, by the way, is from existing grade is about a 40-inch tall wall. When you're on the terrace, obviously it's only 20 inches. We're making up some dimension on the front with the sloped walk, and then also the ground drops off this way. So in terms of height, you're at about hip height for that wall. It's not a high wall.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Could you just go back to the landscaping area of this area? Is there a landscaping plan of this area? Or like a larger, I'm looking at one on my sheet, but.
Right.
So in that plan, is the future wall shown? Yeah, there it is, I see it now, okay.
It's
Yeah, I see it.
here and there.
So those bushes that are in front, those are currants, right? Alpine currants? in front of that wall. I think, thanks, Craig, appreciate that. How tall would those bushes be?
In stage one, or?
Well,
what do you
in
think?
either stage, 'cause they're
Okay,
basically
well,
the same across the whole.
Upon installation, they're 24 inches tall.
Yeah, so basically you see 2 feet of bushes, you see 2 feet of wall, kind of, yeah, thank you.
And in the post phase one, the landscape before the future wall would be extended, we would more than likely reconfigure the existing boxwoods that we have and create, in essence, a planted separation between
Yeah,
the memorial garden and the front lawn.
got it.
We have enough plants to do that.
Thank you. Any other questions for petitioner or staff? I see none, so now is an opportunity for the public to address us if you have any comments for us. So please come on up and introduce yourself at the microphone so the folks at home can hear if anyone has a comment. I see a hand up. Would you like to give us a comment? Please come up and introduce yourself, though.
Thank you very much for the good explanation of the new lighting. But I just had one thought. I love the ball and walkway lights, but I don't think they tie in very well with the overhead parking lights, which are very heavy and commercial looking. Can't we find anything that is more traditional? I've seen some in Europe and different places around churches, and they're not commercial looking. The overhead lights seem very commercial looking to me, but that's just my opinion.
In the,
Parking lot.
thank you, specifically in the parking lot, right? Yeah. All right, thanks for the comment. Any other comments from the public? There's a few, so please come on up and introduce yourself. We'll let Fred come on up, even though we all know who he is now.
You thought I was gone.
I know, I can't believe on a nice night, you've graced
name
us
is-
further.
My name is Fred Moyer. I live at 1044 Walden Lane, Lake Forest. And I would like to speak because I have spoken before in the previous submittal. And I had reservations then about the elevation of the grade out in front for the reasons of shortening the apparent height of the church and so on. And I would say I had the advanced view of the site plan that we are seeing tonight because I've moved on. I moved up to the Historic Preservation Foundation Board of Directors. I mentioned that. I'm not here, however.
That's a
speaking-
move up, right? Is that I'm just checking for that.
So you need to respect the opinions of the Historic Preservation Fund. But I'm not here speaking as on behalf of the foundation. I'm speaking just on my own behalf and so on. And I just want to say I think this is just an outstanding solution that has been put forward. Earlier this week, I did, as I said, see a site plan, and that's all, not elevations, not any depictions or explanation of what went with the site plan. And I could only assume from that the grade was still being elevated and the steps were still gone and we still had what we had seen before. But that was only because the drawing was not supplemented by the kind of explanation that was put forward tonight. And what has been put forward, I think, is just a very clever and very well put together scheme. The west approach we hadn't been considered before, and the photos that we saw of it showed how it is not particularly sightly and has a fire exit as its focal element. That's certainly being dealt with in a very nice way here, being ameliorated. And the memorial garden is now given some definition that it didn't have before, and even some an enhanced size, if you will, and more privacy. And so a sense of place, I think, is enhanced by the way the low wall landscaping is developed. And then lastly, the elevation in front, which was almost the entire front of the building, the last presentation, is now minimized to just that entry area. And I think it's done in a way that actually enhances the entry. And that's partly also because of the terrace coming out that, again, adds importance to that entry that it didn't, beyond what it had even before. So I think I missed the steps, I do, but you're getting them on the west approach, and you're getting offsetting, I think, the terrace in front of the entry that enhances that experience. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you, Commissioners. My name's Rob Isham, and I'm a concerned parishioner, which is probably one of the nicest things I've ever been called. I'd just like to say, with the addition of Messrs. Rakovich and Bergman, this project has really stepped up, and there are a lot of great ideas. Tom has revealed to us how confused our church was. Some of us felt that maybe we should just tear the whole thing back and start over, but that would cost way too much money. So we're happy. I'm happy personally with his design. I think a number of the people that I met with and spoke with are very happy with the front entrance. I would only ask you or our group to keep considering the parking lot now, which is actually a nice problem to have, in terms of adding trees or whatever it is, landscaping to reduce the amount of light that escapes off premises, even though it may be only a candle or two. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Other public testimony or comments even? There's one more.
Good evening. My name is Mark Karsten. I live at 355 Wisconsin Avenue, close to where Granby Road comes in Wisconsin. I've almost gotten hit 3 times by cars pulling out of my driveway because they come down fast down Granby Road, turn, and then shoot going into the church there. And especially it's people with preschool kids, early in the morning, being late, coming down, and leave the entrance right there at the same. Don't widen it. They have to slow down to get in there. And then maybe put a stop sign on Granby Road right there. And maybe the garbage, leave it where it is. In our backyards and that, we're out there in the summer. We don't want to smell garbage. Okay, oh, what's covered, everything else. Raccoons get in there, squirrels get in there. They have a big party. It's opened up. Things that get in there. Leave it where it is, or leave it farther back that way. And then also maybe have the garbage truck go on Westminster. It goes tearing down Granby Road and turns. There's a lot of young kids now on our street. And then if you drive down there, there was 2 posts. Originally, the people on Wisconsin Avenue ended up saying, hey, you can end up opening that up on Sundays and let the people out from church. You'll see the 2 posts there, either garbage truck or maybe a snowplow hit it, but there was a chain up there that says no, during the day, during the weekdays, that is not public access. That's just for the weekends to let people out. And we end up going, nobody knows why that was not straight and the chain was back up there again. But that's originally what it was on Wisconsin Avenue, to end up letting people out of church on Sundays, or let them in there on Sundays, not all week long. And there's a lot of young kids. Alden maybe come up next. He's got 2 young ones. And there's 2 young ones next door to me on the other side. And then up on Granby Road, there's quite a few young kids. It's an accident waiting to happen with leaving it open like that so that the cars race up and down there, especially when people are late for work and they got to drop off their kids on there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comments? Sure, come on up.
My name is Alden Zimlick, and I live at 351 East Wisconsin. And I would just like to ask that the rear entrance, the Wisconsin Avenue entrance, doesn't get ignored or exit, however you perceive that. The lighting in Lake Forest is beautiful, and there is a light post there, and I guess there were decisions to reverse that removal. And I would just hope that light post maybe can act as a beacon for a search for appropriate lighting. To kind of reiterate some of the other people's comments, is that the lighting that's proposed looks very industrial, and I'm sure that there are many options out there for more attractive lighting. And the other thing regarding the lighting in the back is despite the measurements, you can always see a light, and I'm only 2 houses away from that entrance. And I can see that there were trees at some point there, and the trees have either died or been removed for one reason or another. And it would be nice to have some screening from the parking lot to the houses there. Because I know during the construction, certain things are going to happen. I don't know exactly what's proposed to be removed, but I would encourage you to continue looking at the landscaping of the rear, the Wisconsin entrance and exit. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Maggie Coleman, 461 East Westminster, which is right across the street from the east entrance. I think you've made tremendous progress, and I was very encouraged to see the changes in landscape and construction. I have a couple questions because I locked myself out of my car, Tom, and was a little late. The two paths going off the main entrance, I'm just wondering if that's a little overbuilt. I certainly understand the desire for balance in the plan, but I'm wondering how much use there's going to be coming off the main entrance to access the small courtyard that way rather than just walking up to the front and turning right. And also to that end, the pathway that goes off to the west, if that's just a sort of a meandering pedestrian path, it's not necessarily 2x2, you're just walking through there, it's not a direct route anywhere, what would happen if you lost those two?
Then I think if you're entering the parking lot in a wheelchair, you wouldn't be able to, there are stairs, you know, entering.
So if you're coming from the west, you mean?
With your
So
family
you
in
have
a wheelchair, if you choose to park in the parking lot and approach the church in a wheelchair, you know, say with your family members and not get dropped off at the front.
So
you need
would
a way
you really,
to come around
uh-huh.
and enter the church.
But would you really, you mean then you'd go down the path and then back up the ramp?
That's their proposal, yes.
I'm wondering if you wouldn't instead, well.
Well, let's let them, I think it's a great question.
Yeah.
Thanks, we'll get some response for you. Any other public questions or comments? All right, well, now's an opportunity for the presenters to give us a quick rebuttal. I think there's a couple items we'd love to hear some comments about, if you wouldn't mind. Garbage, the rear entrance, and the front paths. If you want to give us just a couple comments on that, that'd be great.
And the proposal of the trees here.
I don't do garbage, so I'll let my teammates cover
Okay.
that part of it.
You can tag team, it's okay.
With regards to the paths, part of the objective was to allow that memorial garden to be also accessible to mobility impaired individuals. So that if someone came up, and particularly if it's someone, because this is a memorial garden, and some of the people that are going to frequent this are people who have memories of friends that may have just passed away, we thought mobility was a useful thing. We were also trying, and this goes to your earlier questions about keeping it formal and helping to kind of clarify that this actually is the entry. By having the paths symmetrically peel off to the left or to the east and to the west, we create a situation that as it leads up to the porch elevation back there, we create a localized symmetry. In other words, we wanted this to be symmetrical. This portion of the path is precisely as the commissioner suggested. It's so that individuals that might park in the parking lot, in the west parking lot, but who have some mobility impairment can also get easily to the sloped walk that leads to the terrace. It also seemed useful to have the opportunity, again, if people are getting dropped off here, and some of them may proceed up this way, but others might want to go this way, that rather than going onto the terrace and then down the stairs, they could take that walk. It's, as you see, it's a narrower walk. The idea is that it's not as important or as grand, if you will, as the primary walk that leads over to the west lot. So the thinking behind it was very much, I think when the landscape is there, it's going to, and because it's a flat surface, it's not going to be particularly read in the way that we read plan drawings, where it looks very diagrammatic in a plan. When it's in the ground plane, I think it'll be fairly subtle, but we wanted that symmetry about the entryway.
Sure. Can you go back to that plan that's the overall site plan real quick? It's number 1 on our list of drawings, but I don't know.
Maybe that one works?
Yeah, that's close enough. I mean, I think in that scale, you get a better sense of what those sidewalks really are all about in relationship to the rest of the, you know, they're fairly modest addition one way or the other, I think, and so, but let's talk about the backside for a minute. The Wisconsin Avenue exit. So that exit, you're...
Just wanted to just
Sure.
add one more thing about
Please.
the walkways that Mrs. Coleman had mentioned. The reason they're as far down as they are and as long as they are is because the main walkway is ramped and we couldn't intersect it at the top, or else we'd end up with stairs again.
Right.
So, and like Tom said, being in the flat turf, we wanted to have as much turf in the front to run to the front terrace as possible. So that was a way of getting circulation in place, but maintaining a big open space at the same time. Excuse me.
So regarding the questions about the entrance off of Wisconsin, first of all, in terms of the circulation and the width of the driveway, by having it as it currently is only 12 foot wide, it can only accommodate one direction of traffic. And this lane, you can see if someone is leaving and somebody enters, then it creates a conflict there. And so the 16 feet barely accommodates a vehicle passing each direction, but that's really the main purpose, while still keeping it small and then curved, so it is calming traffic. It's just 4 feet wider basically than it is now, to have the geometry that would allow a vehicle to pass another one. So that's something, and this is something we've talked about with staff and gone back and forth on, and felt that it was an important element from a safety and just circulation standpoint. The location of the trash enclosure is proposed to be relocated from where it currently sits, just to the east side of the garage, to this location, to actually reduce the impact of the trash vehicles on this sequence and coming in and off of Wisconsin. The location here allows for head-in, basically coming in off of Westminster and heading in and taking the trash and then exiting. And they could either exit out this way or turn around and come out the other way. We haven't actually talked with the operator, so I can't say for sure exactly how it would work, but I do know that this is a much easier and more direct access for the vehicle, and wouldn't have to back up and do a number of turns just to get access, which is the case with the location of where it is now. So it's actually would be less disruptive from the vehicle moving around and adjusting to get access to that. This also, the proposed location has a full enclosure around all four sides with gates, which is not the case now. It has just an extension of the stockade fence around three sides, and is open to the north. And so it actually, even though it's a little bit closer to the property line, it screens it more completely from the adjacent property than the current location.
Last time we talked about the traffic flow also for pickup and drop-off of preschool.
Yes.
So how would that work with this new?
Right, and this is, part of it's in the layout and part of it is operational, but this, and that's an important part of the design, is to have this whole entrance drive be the drop-off and pickup lane for preschool. And by having that occur here, as opposed to up in here, which is where the only place it can happen now, it allows for dropping off and picking up along this lane, and then coming and circulating back out off of Westminster. So it would be much more convenient to use the Westminster entrance for dropping off and picking up. Now, that's not to say that that people are prevented from coming in the other way. I think that's an operational and sort of direction to parents that are using that. But it is a different configuration that makes it much more conducive to coming in and exiting off of Westminster.
So basically, you could have, with this new configuration, you could have both garbage and preschool pickup and drop-off during the week, just coming off that Westminster exit or
It's
entrance.
primarily going to be the...
And then you could leave the
Well,
Wisconsin.
but, they can control
They
the
could.
time the garbage gets picked up.
Well, I'm just saying, if they said, no, garbage has come off that, it's configured so they could do that. Just come off the Westminster entrance and not come through the Wisconsin
They could
entrance.
direct it.
Yeah.
It's a private service, right?
Right, so you could tell them where to come. And same with preschool.
I just don't see how a preschool drop-off and pickup can happen off of Westminster. I mean, I've dropped off my kids at preschool, and I don't think I'd want to drop them off so far away from the door. Would they just walk themselves down to the doorway, or would there be, you know,
No, I think
5
she's
teachers?
saying you drive
Well,
all the way down.
This
You drive
whole
all the way down, and then you go to the doorway,
Yeah,
and then how do you turn around?
well, it's very difficult, right?
Well, this whole striped area is the drop-off lane for vehicles to, and most are going to come right to this point and drop off. But then if there's multiple cars there, then they can line up along this edge. And one of the things that that we've heard, although I've not actually been there during preschool drop-off and pickup, but I understand that that it gets congested at this point. So this allows for more space for that dropping off and pickup for the times when it is congested.
No, I'm still not understanding. So the drop-off is at the top of the curve where that little circle is. That's where you would drop off your child. And then the doorway is where? Which doorway are they entering into?
They're entering the west doorway. Right,
This doorway, okay, I thought they were entering the other side door, okay.
right here.
But previously, they were entering the doorway here?
Well, some
By the
get dropped off.
garbage?
There's a side door here. Some come in through this way, and then some come in through this way. Now, what we're proposing with this revision is to direct that drop-off and pickup to come to this west entrance.
Okay.
Sorry about that, my son backed into a pole.
Just now?
Dad, where are you?
It's a moment of levity for the rest of you, but not for me. All right, so we've gotten through our public comments, we've gotten through our questions. I'm not sure if that last question got answered to your satisfaction,
It did,
Marion.
it did. They're
Thank you,
changing the
sorry about that.
entrance.
Is there any other questions is there any other staff comment?
Just a couple quick thoughts of conditions you might wish to add based on your discussion and public comment. There are a couple of conditions in the staff report that speak to lighting. After installation, we will look at intensity, assure that the fixtures are appropriately shielded, and look at the spillover. That could be augmented by adding that we look particularly at the light near the west driveway onto Wisconsin and assure that that lighting and that landscaping respects that streetscape. You also mentioned looking at relocating the light on Westminster at the westernmost driveway, looking at the location of that
Right.
to make sure it does not conflict with the streetscape. And then I don't think it's the purview of the Historic Preservation Commission, but we can certainly talk to our safety committee, we can work with the church, look at that driveway on Wisconsin, look at the pickup drop-off, and just make sure there aren't safety issues. So that's something separately, aside from what you're doing. You don't need a condition on that, but we can certainly work with the church on operational issues.
Thanks, Kathy. All right, now's an opportunity for any deliberations, if we have some, and I think we probably do. Generally, I would concur with Fred, and I usually do, but not always, and I'm really pleased to see the effort that's gone into the submittal. I think it's come a way, way, way long way, well thought out. I concur with Fred that something in the back of my mind still wants me to see stairs at the front, but I think you've handled it quite delicately, and I think that it's a nicely balanced and nicely crafted design to retain some of that aspect of the view of those stairs, some of the formalness of that entry, and still give your parishioners a way to enter the church at grade, which I understand that is also something that needs to be handled. And so I think it's well done myself. Other than the modest concerns that we talked about in terms of the conditions, I think the idea of having a subcommittee look at the detailing of the solution just to make sure it's consistent with what we would expect to see is not a bad idea, and I think we could put that together. So I'm real supportive of it myself. So.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think the petitioner has done a nice job addressing all our concerns. You know, the front entrance is really tricky. I appreciate the history that you gave us regarding the development of the church and the different additions. That certainly, you know, was an eye-opener to me. And I think this solution, although, you know, not perfect, nothing is, it still kind of, you know, keeps that sense of grandeur. It isn't that large sloping lawn where we kind of lost all height. It's still, you know, while it still is functional, it's a little bit more abrupt, so it seems like you still have some of the height. So I appreciate that. I understand the neighbors' concerns about the lighting. You know, I think the staff can, it can be handled on the staff level with the conditions that Kathy had mentioned. And I also appreciate the comment about the lighting fixtures in the parking lot being more industrial and not as elegant as maybe the rest of the project is. But I also remember when we first looked at this petition, there was concerns from the neighbors that if we went with something different, they'd be seeing, although there wouldn't be a lot of light spillover, there'd be hot spots of lights all over the place, and quite a few of them. So I think this is the solution that we are probably pushing the petitioners towards and what they came up with. So, you know, it'd be nice to see something that was a little more elegant, but I think, you know, balancing everything, that this is probably the right solution. So I commend the petitioners on all the work they've done, and I'd be supporting this petition as well.
I think your new team has served you well. Nicely done. I support it as well.
I just wanted to mention that I greatly appreciated the sensitivity to neighbor concerns regarding spillover of light and the use of advanced technology to minimize that, and I thought that was very well done.
All right.
And I just wanted to thank all the members of your church for hiring such experienced professionals. You know, I had thanked you in the beginning of this whole process for your patience, because sometimes it seems like it's a little, you know, overdone with the minutia, but I think you can see now the process that your architect and your landscape designer led you through. It was very educational, and you could see why we were asking our specific questions about the formality and the Latin cross and all the other things. But I think the result has been, you know, really positive. You know, it's still the loss of formality that concerns me, and also the phasing, because that might impact the look of your church in the beginning. When you only have one half of that wall there, it might look a little unbalanced. So, but, you know, I understand church funding too, so I understand that. I think the simplification of the hardscape, we didn't really mention that, but I think that's really significant, because before we were talking about all kinds of different colors, and by simplifying the hardscape, it really puts the focus more back on the building, which I think is what you want. So thank you for doing that. I am concerned about the style of light. I know why we wanted to go with that more shoebox style, because you don't want everyone to be looking at the traditional lights, but maybe if we can find something, like our neighbor suggested, something a little bit more traditional and less commercial looking, it might match your building better a little bit. I am concerned about that Wisconsin entrance, because you know, I know it's not our purview, but you know, that's such a small residential street back there, and I think by increasing that driveway, you're disrupting the character of that Wisconsin Avenue. And I would really recommend that the church consider just having all traffic enter and exit off of the Westminster entranceway. You have an opportunity here now to make it, you know, easily flow better in and out of there. It shouldn't be an issue now that you're improving the flow within the traffic. I mean, of course, maybe keep it open for Sunday, but I just really think that you're not being a good neighbor if you're impacting in a negative way the character of Wisconsin and also their safety concerns. What else do I want to see? The landscape plans, I know we haven't seen a detailed one, because the one concern that I really had was the loss of canopy. I think we really haven't explored that. I think it might be a little dramatic at first. You know, when I think of the Church of the Holy Spirit, I think of these grand oaks and this great canopy, and I know we're going to reestablish that, but it's going to take a long while. So I don't know. You really can't address that. But I think it's going to probably be significant there. So And I wanted to mention also the sign in the front of your church. Really make sure that you keep that existing church sign because it's such a unique characteristic to your church. And make sure that it doesn't go away. We didn't talk about that, but make sure it's still there. And I think that's it. I think I covered everything. But thank you for the process, and thank you for being patient with it. I think it's much improved.
All right, Bob, any comments? Your first
No,
meeting,
just,
so, yeah, you know,
I
this,
was,
they're all like this. We have
yeah.
11 more tonight.
I was not around to see the original presentation, but I'm very impressed with this one. I think they did a very nice job.
Thanks. All right, I'll look for a motion. If
I
anyone would-
prepared a positive motion, if you wish.
That'd be
I'd
great.
like to hear that.
So I move that the commission approve the petition for a certificate of appropriateness submitted by the Church of the Holy Spirit relative to modification of the church parking lot, driveway, lighting, landscaping, and entrance, based on the findings as stated on pages 1 through 6 of the applicable report by city staff dated May 30th, 2013, subject to the conditions set forth in the staff report in numbered paragraphs 1 through 4 on pages 2 and 3, with the added proviso that in performing its review of lighting, city staff pay a special attention to lighting at the Westminster and Wisconsin driveway entrances such that they do not conflict with city lighting.
Thank you. Motion's been made by Commissioner Travers. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion's been seconded
Oh,
by,
Kirk, can I just really clarify that just real quick?
Sure.
So that means that we're approving what Kathy suggested is forming a subcommittee to look at
Yes,
that furniture.
that's
Okay,
correct.
just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
and the motion's been seconded by Commissioner Ransom. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I see none, so that passes unanimously. Congratulations. Record time.
Not for consideration.
Thank you. All right, our next petition is a residential variance request. Consideration for a request for certificate of appropriateness approving a building scale variance for new accessory structure and consideration of the landscape plan in support of the variance associated with the request for building scale variance for an accessory structure at 950 East Westminster. I believe that we had this before us once before, and we had no ex parte conflicts. Bob, you would have any conflict with this one as well, or not?
No,
That's good.
I did have just one small question.
Yeah, well, let's let the petitioner give us his proposal, and
Fine.
then we'll catch you up as fast as we can on that. And while they're setting up, I'll check to see if the car's okay.
Is your son okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are we ready?
We are.
Okay. My name's Craig Bergman. I'm representing John and Anastasia Svigos tonight who live at 950 East Westminster. As most of you know, we're back at your suggestion, and obviously what I am here to do is to show you the collectively agreed upon screen planting to accommodate the final criteria for the building scale variance that the petitioner is in here for. To give you just a sense of context, I'll buzz through this. The Svigos residence is right here. These are the adjoining properties that are associated with the proposed construction. This structure right here is the Kuhn residence. This is the Prochnow residence, and this is the Hunter residence. These are on Woodbine Place and Woodbine Court. A blow-up of the landscape plan, you can see here's the proposed construction. of the coach house and the attached terrace to the home, and a reconfigured driveway. You can see that the majority of the screen planting that we are proposing is to actually go on the Sfigos property. These are the property lines that you can see, and through meetings with staff, our client, and 2 of the 3 neighbors, the neighbors that chose to want to be included, we have come to an agreement and have letters appropriate to tell the city that they agree with the approach in which we are going about doing the screen planting. Just a little blow up so you can see 3 major Norway spruce to add to the Kuhn's Norway spruce grove already. 4 Norway spruce on the Sfigos property to accumulate with the old historic Norway spruce that are on the Sfigos property. And on the other side of the fence for the hunters who actually benefit, you know, for the height of the Norway spruce that we're putting in at 25 feet, they wanted to have some softening and some deciduous screening because they are looking for a layering effect as distinct from just a single layer. We were asked to give existing photo conditions and then proposed so you can see the difference. So the magic of Photoshop will take you through all 3 views of the 3 adjoining properties. This is from the west neighbor, the hunters. Worst case scenario, we did all of this planning in the off-green season. So we wanted to make sure that all the deciduous plants were void of their leaves so one could actually see the impact of what the new structure would do. Here is what the new structure would look like. Obviously, the color of this brick would be a little more brown relative to the historic color of the house, but you can see the green terracotta tile roof prominently, and you can see obviously a little window here. The proposed screening of the 25-foot tall spruce basically obliterate the roof line and the brick walling, and these native trees on the hunter side of the fence obviously give them lots of coverage. From the Prochnow residence, which is the northwest neighbor, their property line shares, their east property line shares the Kuhn property line, and this is the point at which hits the Sfigos view corridor. This is the Sfigos' house, so you can get a sense of what they see now if it was in the wintertime. You can see the impact of what the coach house would look like. They would get a view of the western wall and the northern wall. And with not planting anything on the Prochnow property, by putting it all on the Sfigos property and the Kuhn property and the Hunter property, you can see that the Prochnows now, they get still a tracery image of the main house, which obviously we're not intending to screen. But as these Norway spruce grow, the main house will come out of the Prochnow view as well. From the Kuhn's property, these Norway spruce were put in a number of years ago to diffuse the main house of the Sfigoses. And you can see in here that this is predominantly a deciduous corner, far southwest corner of their property. And lo and behold, here's a green ash and a green ash and a green ash. Two of the three have emerald ash borer. The Kuhns have been very gracious and have offered to split the cost of any of the improvements of the landscape with the Sfigoses. And they're taking the opportunity to, instead of tearing up their yard, coming through their lawn, by just taking down the fence on their south property line and using the Sfigos property for the landscaping, we're able to keep all of the mess on the construction site as distinct from interrupting any of the neighboring properties, which I think is a real coup for the neighbors. These major trees would be taken down, and what would happen in this situation is because the shade of the coach house would be detrimental to the evergreen trees that would be planted on the north side of this tall structure, we are able to lose some canopy and lose some water competition by removing the green ash early, because obviously, as we know, they're going in the East Lake Forest, so we might as well take them now. be better serving and long-term stewards of the landscape here. So with the new construction of the coach house, one can see that there's only one tree on the Kuhn property that does the screening. So by proposing the Norway spruce on the Kuhn property, you can see that in essence it completely obliterates the construction. The thing to remember is I'm not trying to have a fire sale on Norway spruce. Norway spruce have been historically used on the Svigos property when it was all one big property of Pinewald. These are not original trees, but the Svigoses have a number of them, as do the Kuhns in their front yard. But this is the most tolerant of our heavy clay, wet soil, and they tolerate some shade evergreen that we have. One can't find a 25-foot tall native arborvitae like you might see in Door County or something. It's not possible. If you go to a nursery, everything looks like a soldier. And what we've done is we've located trees that have a similar character to the Kuhn spruce. And interestingly enough, we came in at half the price of what their proposal was when they were going to do this a few years ago. So what I am here for, obviously, is to just fulfill any of the questions that you may have about the landscape, but most importantly, understand that this was the final approval point that you folks were looking for the building scale variance. So I'm here to answer questions.
Thanks very much. And just a reminder, and for Bob's benefit, this is a petition that we beat up quite heavily at our previous meeting, and we did evaluate the building based on the criteria for scale and for bulk and for rhythm and all of the appropriate criteria. We did, at the time, request that the petitioner work closely with the neighbors to see if we could reach a acceptable landscape plan to us that had been coordinated with them. And so that's what their job was. It seems like they've embraced that fully, and so I like that. Is there a staff report for this, Megan?
Thank you, Chairman. And I'll just continue along those lines. At the previous meeting, the Commission did express general support for the project, but in order to fully support the building scale variance, the Commission directed the petitioner to really provide more detail on the landscape plan. There was a conceptual landscape plan presented at that time, and the Commission needed more detail in order to understand the scope and extent of landscaping in that area. At the previous meeting, the Commission also heard from several neighbors with concerns for the views from their property and the size of the home, of the accessory structure, the coach house that's proposed. And for those reasons, the Commission did express support for the design and the project, but essentially continued the item so that it could be fully reviewed in the context of the standards for a building scale variance. The focus of the presentation this evening was the landscape plan. The plan has now been more fully detailed. There are size and species proposed. The Commission does have a good amount of information on what that landscaping is going to be at installation and into the future. For this meeting, the request before the Commission is for consideration of the building scale variance and the associated landscape plan. So that action would be part of your motion this evening. I know some of the neighbors were not able to attend the meeting this evening, but they do still have concerns and in some cases objections to the size and scale of the proposed accessory structure. Staff did ask the petitioner to look at the massing and to consider some modifications to the design, but in conversations with the design team, they felt strongly that the proportion of the accessory structure as it relates to the main house is the correct direction. So no changes to the design of the structure are presented in your packet this evening. What's new for this item is the landscape plan. As with all requests, the Commission carefully reviews requests for variances and designs of additions and accessory structures. In this case, to support a building scale variance, not only do the design standards for a certificate of appropriateness need to be met, but one standard with respect to the building scale standards also needs to be met. Those standards speak to the scale of an addition or new construction in relationship to surrounding structures, visibility from the street, existing or proposed landscaping to mitigate the mass of a structure, furthering the purpose of the preservation ordinance with a proposed design, or adjacency to open space. I think in this case, it's important for the commission to be clear on the standards that support the building scale request for this project. With the proposed landscape plan that was presented this evening, standard 2 for the building scale variances is met. The landscaping will help mitigate the increased mass and visibility from neighboring properties. Standard 5 is also met, given the quality of the design of the structure and the finding that this project is consistent with the standards in the preservation ordinance. There are findings in support of the project in your staff report. I'd certainly be able to answer any questions that you may have, but we are recommending approval this evening.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments for staff or for the petitioner on this one?
I have ask a question to staff. And so we'll act on this, and let's assume for a moment that that we approve the petition. Relative to the scale variance, does that then go forward to the city council?
Correct. Requests for building scale variances are recommended by the commission to the city council. So that item would be, the motion would be a recommendation to the city council.
I have a question. I was out of town at the last meeting in March, so I missed it. So I just want to understand what, where the commission was at the end of that meeting. They had looked at the design elements and how it related to the lot and the main building, and just had, we're okay with that, and they were just looking for more screening in order to approve the scale variance. Is that,
Well,
am I understanding that correct?
I don't think it was a question of more or less screening. It was, I think that the landscape plan just wasn't developed at the time. It was
Okay.
a suggestion of what would be done, and we wanted to make sure that we saw a thorough vetting of the landscape plan, so we asked them to revisit that for us. And particularly because it's proximate to the property line, but also just because the plan itself wasn't fully developed. So I think, but certainly is appropriate if you have questions about the scale of the building to ask those tonight.
Yeah, and I take it that this is a subdivided lot. It used to be much bigger, and because of the subdivision, the house on it is well larger than what we would, what the ordinance would approve if it was being built new. Is that correct?
The existing house, as it sits on the property today, is over the maximum allowable square
But
footage.
that was because we changed, what's allowable on the lot. Isn't that, wouldn't that be correct? Or am I?
Yeah, yes. Historically, the coach house for this property was actually the property to the north, so it was part of a much larger property at that time.
Okay.
The subdivision did render this property without a garage.
So when it was zoned like this, we in effect made it over scale. So what we're proposing now is adding 18% more to what was there before?
Well, wasn't part of the overage due to the adding the windows of the screen porch too, which added a significant amount?
Correct. There's two parts to this project that impact the building scale. There's the new structure that's proposed, the garage on the first floor with some living area on the second floor. There's also a large screen porch on the street-facing facade that is proposed to be enclosed with windows. So that change to the enclosure of that space contributes to the square footage for the property.
I'm just a little bothered that, it's such a big overage, and we're even adding it to more? Is there any direction that the city can give me, to leave that somewhat?
Well, I mean, I can give you a comment on that.
Great.
That maybe help you,
Yeah.
how I think of it in terms of the houses that we've reviewed for this kind of thing over the past. And this is not it's actually kind of interesting how common this condition is for these very, very large houses, which had very modest kitchens when they were built, because they were operated in a different manner in a different era, and particularly with respect to vehicles and kitchens and closets probably too. And so generally, the mindset of the commission has been to help embrace the further investment in these homes and the maintenance of these homes by allowing them to function in a modern way in a modern world. And so that usually includes 2 and sometimes 3 and sometimes 4-car garages. And certainly many of the requests we see are for kitchen modifications, where kitchens were once quite modest and now they're not quite as modest. So we reviewed when this was presented to us at the last meeting, we were looking at the use of the property. We're trying to understand how the house would be lived in. And we appreciated the sensitive design of this addition with respect to the original architecture of the house, making the house more functional. Certainly hard to argue that a house like this doesn't need a place to park a car. And even some comment as to whether or not a bigger garage might be more appropriate, because we certainly see houses of this scale with more than 2-car garages often. There was some dialogue about whether or not a second floor on this structure was appropriate. And even some concern with respect to how these coach houses are used in the city of Lake Forest and could be used in the future, and we talked about that, although that's not really the purview of the Historic Preservation Commission. In general, we argue, I won't say argue, but we discussed whether or not the scale would be more beneficial as a single-story kind of service building, garage, if you will, or a 2-story accessory kind of structure that more appropriately complemented the existing structure, and I've editorialized in my statement right there.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
So I think that we were quite pleased, actually, at least I was, with the proposal and how this addressed the concerns. The other thing that I will note is that building bulk was primarily considered by the city and incorporated into the ordinances of the city to preserve the feel and character of neighborhoods as you experience them driving down, walking through, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We have lots and lots of conditions that meet the requirements of bulk, where neighbors are much, much, much closer than this, and where houses are quite on top of each other, if you will, and yet they still meet bulk. So it's a tough ordinance to uniformly pass for all conditions, and that's why we exist. We exist so that we can look at the unusual occurrence, if you will, and we have a lot of unusual occurrences, so I'm not sure if it's usual or typical or unusual.
That's an excellent point.
Yeah, but the idea is that, this is, if you were going to add to this building, this is a pretty unimposing place to do it for most of the community, and for these 3 neighbors who are still quite far away, that's why we wanted the landscaping to be looked at specifically. So I don't know if anybody else has any further comments about what happened last month, but that kind of.
Yeah, I think it was a couple months ago. And
Yeah, I would say, we spent a really, a great amount of time on the alternatives of the design.
Okay, I could have looked at the video, but I didn't. So I don't want to take up everybody's time because we have a lot of petitions to go through. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was helpful. I think that's all the questions I have.
All right. Any other comments or questions from?
I just have a question about, Megan, you said something in your staff report about the recommendations about maintenance of the landscaping, and that there's a 2-year period that the petitioner will be responsible for maintaining that. Does that include plantings on the neighbor's property, that they're responsible for maintaining those, or is that the responsibility of those homeowners?
The recommendation is for the properties on, the plantings on the Svigos property.
Okay.
Just recognizing that the first 2 years of, after installation of a tree or a shrub is really critical to the success and survival of those plants. Those conditions are really geared to make sure that there is a pretty regular monitoring of the properties to ensure that they do thrive and end up the way that the commission is anticipating.
So let's say a neighbor forgets to water the tree and it dies. That's not the responsibility of Sfigos, is it?
Correct.
Okay.
It would be a private agreement between the homeowners.
Okay. Just checking.
All right, now's an opportunity if there's any comments from the public. Do we have any of those? And I see none of those, so we can deliberate if we have any deliberations. Actually saw these plans earlier when the packets were drawn and dropped off, and I asked Kathy to consider the existing views as well. I think in your package, there's no existing view of these landscapes. There's just the with the garage and with the new landscaping. I'm happy to see that the presenter has added in his views some of the existing views, because I think that it's also illustrative of the condition that's there already. You know, we see a quite large house from these other houses, even though it's just a little bit further away. So I'm you know, pleased with the petitioner's efforts and working with the neighbors. I'm pleased with the landscaping screening that they're proposing. I think it's quite full, and you know, I'm supportive myself. So.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is kind of a great example of a petitioner working with their neighbors and being a good neighbor. I mean, for them all to collaborate so it doesn't impact the other neighbors. And so I really commend the Sfigoses for taking that on. The screening, you know, those before, during, and after pictures really tell the story right there.
Yeah,
and I just have to say, you know, I mean, we did, the design, I think, was so well thought out with this new coach house, I guess we'll call it, not a garage, that it was really compatible with the original house and it didn't detract. You know, when we saw the one-story garage, it wasn't compatible and it actually detracted from the design. And I think that's what kind of, you know, said, you know, the two-story is much more appropriate to this, even though it pushes the bulk over so much. So I'm in support of the petition, too.
All right, any other comments? I'll ask for a motion.
I move we approve the
Sorry,
petition as
there's, looks like
presented.
John had one more
Oh,
comment.
sorry.
John?
No, no.
Oh, you
I
didn't?
did not.
Okay.
I'm
You
sorry.
can if you want.
I did
No,
not.
all right, go for it. Sorry to interrupt you, Susan. I didn't want
Sorry,
to,
I
I
didn't
think
mean to
I might
jump on
have.
you.
That happened once.
I've had that experience before, so.
That's true, it did happen.
I'm
I move
sensitive
we
to it
approve
now.
the petition as presented with the conditions listed in the staff report.
All right, the motion's been made by Commissioner Swenson. Is there a second?
Athenson. Athenson.
Swenson? Jeez.
You called me Susan before.
You did.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Athenson and seconded by Commissioner Travers. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Thank you for that, and good luck with that. All right, it's a little warm in here.
Now we're moving.
Now we're cooking.
Oh, yeah.
All right, the next petition is a request for a certificate of appropriateness approving an addition to the residence at 20 West Westminster. The building scale variance is requested. I'll ask if anyone has a conflict with this one. And I see none, so come on up and tell us all about it.
Good evening. I'm Diana Malakar with Malakar Architects, and also Jennifer Van Hersley, also of our firm. Peter Iannello is here this evening, and Sarah Furlan from Mariani Landscape. Okay. I'll try and be brief. Before I present the new design and supporting documentation, I would like to give you some background information regarding the Iannello's property and their need for their request. This is an image of the front elevation of the Iannello residence. Mr. and Mrs. Iannello have made this magnificent historic Howard Van Doren Shaw estate their home since 1996. Over the past 17 years, they have lovingly taken full stewardship of their home and property, investing their time and resources to maintain, rebuild, restore, and upgrade the 1911 vintage manor. This is an image of the existing first floor plan with the formal spaces highlighted in purple. As you can see, the existing estate home is heavily laden with large first floor entry and living spaces that are showpieces for formal entertaining. This image shows the INLO's daily family living spaces highlighted in green. It is apparent from the diagram that very little space is allocated for the INLO's informal daily living. The INLOs are presently crammed into the servants' kitchen, physically sequestered from the large formal and entertaining areas. There is no informal family room, nor adequately sized breakfast room. The INLOs would like a place for their family to easily gather adjacent to their kitchen in a manner typical of today's contemporary lifestyle. They also would like a convenient place where they can watch their grandchildren play near the kitchen, other than in the butler's pantry hallway as they end up doing today. In this image, the support spaces such as garaging, laundry, and butler's pantry are indicated in beige. The INLO's garage is detached from their home, and it has an outdoor covered walkway connecting it to the servants' entry. The INLOs would like to enter the garage from an entry foyer inside their home, rather than being exposed to the rain and winter elements of ice and sub-zero temperatures as they do now. Now I will address our request for a building scale variance. This sounds rather familiar, like the last one, right? The INLO residence is presently over the allowable square footage for their property prior to the addition of the proposed family room. A significant portion of the existing bulk overage can be attributed to the subdivision of the original estate property. This is the 1939 aerial photo of the estate. The manor home is located in the red oval. The white dashed line indicates the original estate's property lines. And I know Steve Douglas kind of touched on this earlier in the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation presentation. When the INLO's home was built in 1911, the expansive grounds of the estate extended westward from Green Bay Road, shown on the right side of this image, all the way to the Skokie River adjacent to the Deer Path Golf Course, shown on the left side. The size of this estate commanded a home of equal stature, and the large Italian villa building structure was constructed along with accompanying coach homes and accessory structures. This is a 2010 aerial image of the same area of Lake Forest. The original estate was subsequently subdivided into many parcels long before the INLOs purchased their home, and West Westminster roadway was built to service the new homes along it. The INLO's estate home is now situated on almost 2 acres of land, and the resulting effect has caused a hardship on their petition with regard to the additional bulk necessary for their proposed family room addition. Although the subdivision reduced the size of the INLO's property, the subdividing did preserve the manor-like qualities of the estate, including long views and privacy due to the home's building siding and mature landscaping. This western view of the home illustrates the expansive yard and landscape surrounding it. This image shows the existing property plan of 2013, with several of the original estate's accessory structures highlighted on the top left. These accessory structures were relocated closer to the manor home during the property subdivision, such as the Howard Van Doren Shaw designed playhouse and a potting house. The INLOs would prefer to retain these historic outbuildings, along with the original carriage house, on their property rather than demolish them as a means of reducing existing building bulk. In addition, the home's existing attic space, shown hatched here, accounts for approximately 1,500 square feet of bulk. Now I would like to address the proposed family room design. This aerial image indicates the proposed location of the family room addition, as shown in red. The addition is located centrally on the INLO's lot, and it will remain unseen from the streetscape and neighboring properties. This image shows the proposed addition, shown in green, overlaid onto the existing first floor footprint. The proposed addition will be located in the same proximity as the existing terrace pergola and breakfast room, as indicated in red. The large, unsightly hot tub that presently protrudes into the yard will be removed. As you can see, the family room extends beyond the existing pergola. If we go back to the last slide, Jen. Thank you. As you can see, the family room extends beyond the existing pergola by a few feet to the south and nestles next to the existing garage. The family room bow window is centered axially on the terrace, similar to the home's central staircase that is also centered on the terrace. The new mudroom foyer, adjacent to the proposed family room, is located within the existing covered breezeway footprint. This loggia is recessed and rectangular in form, similar to the home's formal entry loggia on the east facade. These two model images show the home from the west. The upper image shows the pergola and hot tub to be removed. The lower image includes the proposed family room addition. The proposed addition footprint will not occupy much more space than the existing pergola, and we have minimalized the addition's apparent building bulk. These two model images show the existing and proposed south elevations at the terrace. The upper model photo shows the existing pergola, terrace, and spa that will be removed. The lower image indicates the proposed family room addition. Removing the existing protruding hot tub will greatly improve the yard and terrace. On the left here is an image of the existing pergola as looking north from the terrace. The right image shows the proposed addition from the same location. The proposed family room design is 1 story high and consistently applies the manor home's Italian villa style. It features a hipped, slate roof with bracketed overhangs. French doors and window fenestration will be similar to the main home's southern sun porch with a pavilion-like feel. Brick piers between the glassed wall areas will be appropriately detailed in a similar manner to the main home's eastern loggia facade. On the left of this image, you can see the existing pergola and hot tub as looking from the yard. The right side of the image shows the proposed addition from the same location. The proposed family room massing will complement the overall composition of the manor home and terrace. The new roof over the family room appendage will step down slightly from the ridge of the existing garage in a proper subordinate manner to the existing garage massing. Here you can see the proposed changes to the Iannello's home at their present servant entry and garage. The image on the left shows the existing conditions, and the image on the right shows the proposed entry loggia design. The existing covered breezeway between the garage and main house will be filled in with a new covered entry loggia and foyer. Now I will quickly address the proposed landscape design. Sarah Furlan of Mariani Landscape is also here, like I mentioned, to answer any questions that you might have after our presentation. I just know we're short on time here, so. When the Iannellos purchased their home in 1996, they acquired a patch of dirt and 2 mature elm trees and a hot tub of their existing raised terrace. Incredibly, but with Mariani's assistance, the Iannellos beautifully landscaped this terrace area into a parterre garden with bluestone walkways and new ornamental trees. They also added the dining pergola that extends from the existing garage, which we intend to remove for the proposed family room addition. This image shows the proposed landscape layout by Mariani. The terrace landscaping and lawn will be reconfigured tastefully to integrate seamlessly with the proposed building addition, taking into consideration proper drainage, hardscape layout, and plant species that support the design. So in conclusion, Mr. and Mrs. Iannello respectfully request approval for their family room addition, and we appreciate your review and comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll keep my comments brief, just focus on the request before the commission. The request is for a building scale variance to allow the proposed additions that were described in detail by the petitioner this evening. The existing home as it exists today is over the maximum allowable bulk for the property. In this case, the standards for a building scale variance are met. The location of the addition is to the rear of the home. It's not visible from the street or from neighboring properties. There is existing vegetation on the property that serves to screen and soften the views of the structure. And the design of the addition is appropriate with respect to the original historic Howard Van Doren Shaw house. There are findings both in support of the architecture and the design of the addition, as well as the building scale variance in your staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that's all I have on this one today.
Okay. I'll ask if there's any questions for either the staff or the petitioner from the commissioners.
I have so many questions.
Go for it.
My first is the statue that is now part of the pergola. Was that original to the house? That's inset with the little brick wall? How old is it? What is its history?
Well, the Iannellos moved into the house in 1996, so you know approximately when you might have. Yeah. after that.
So you put the statue up in the ball, okay? And my next question regards the treatment of the windows. There are just so many window panes, and the massing of the windows are just not to be seen anywhere else on any other elevation in the entire house. To me, it just, screams addition, because I feel there's just too much open glass, and it doesn't fit the rest of the house at all. Have you felt like that at all?
Well, when the INLs approached us, the idea was, you see the original porch on the left-hand side of the house there.
Right.
They were trying to work with that feeling of that room, which has much more light, and they wanted to really take in, and they wanted their family room to be more like a garden room, that they could, in the summertime, open up those doors, windows, and really feel like it was an extension of the terrace.
Right.
So it's sort of like that room right there on the side of their house, and that one actually faces the street.
But it's not working. I don't feel that they're compatible at all, and I don't feel like the addition at all looks like that. It really, the amount of windows and the amount of glass really bothers me, and it looks like it's just been attached to the house. It does not flow in my mind at all.
Well, I think that the concept of that, you've got the very massy blockiness of the original home, and the windows punched in there. Whereas when you get to that one-story addition, it's the idea that it's much more glassy. So we have a one-story addition as well, and so really the idea was to make that much more of a pavilion-like feel, just like the sunroom pavilion there on the south side.
I wonder
of
if
the
you
house.
could more accurately copy those windows.
Pardon me?
I wonder if you could more accurately copy the windows in the sunroom. Is there a way that you could, sort of really...
Studied those pretty carefully. I studied those in a fair amount of length of how to work with the fenestration on the house and the doors, and how to make a good have that fenestration work better with the house than actually the sun porch. The sun porch actually has larger glassy portions than this does, and this relates more to, let's say, the dining room and the rooms that are more adjacent to the house.
No, I would love it if you could relate it to the dining room. I love the treatment of the dining room windows, and I would love to see that worked into the addition. I'm not seeing it, though. I would love to see the little arches, the little elliptical arches with some sort of a column. I would love to see that look echoed in the addition from the dining room. I think that would be fabulous. And I was also, I also just don't feel as though the eave, I'm looking at the east-west section through the addition on I'm wondering if you've accurately copied the eaves.
Well, what you don't see there is that on the underside of there, and we actually have made templates of those eaves. On the underside is where you actually see the lumber that, with that detailing. So in the elevation here, it doesn't really reflect what you would see if you were standing in real life, like underneath at, standing as a person at 6 feet tall or 5 feet tall.
Can you go back to the model view real quick?
And I'm also questioning...
we also have the model here if you'd like to see it.
Well, if you could just go back to the model view, that'd be great. That's the one.
I'm also questioning the use of a standing seam copper roof in this application. I don't feel as though it's effective there. I feel like
well, there's
it's
only
just-
one place where that happens, and it's not visible from anywhere in particular. It's there's a portion where the existing right here, there's a flat portion of
No,
flat
in
roof
the
portion.
bay.
Oh. Well, we studied that as well. On the area in here, this is also metal. If we can turn, where the main stair is in this area here, we've got, this is all metal in here, and then this is metal. So we were working with that as well, rather than having that cover with slate.
And I'm sorry, you said that you do have a model here that we could just
Yeah, the
do a
model.
quick pass? Could you
Yeah.
pass it? That would be helpful. So that we appreciate folks who bring models. I'll try not to knock any houses down, right?
So if you can understand, this is metal here.
Yeah.
This is metal here. This was an addition.
Yeah,
And then this is metal here.
yeah.
We also have some metal that's up here that wouldn't be seen.
And then there's the porch here that's,
There's a porch.
Oh, it's over
We
here.
just didn't, we didn't build the whole.
no, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Just as a,
I have a question.
sure, go ahead. Thanks, Bob.
A couple.
Really quick.
Flying, yeah, flying pergolas.
On the south elevation of the new room, obviously you've changed the pitch of the, different from the existing. That was just to come below the ridge line of the other one? Is that what you're trying to do?
The south elevation of, I'm sorry, Bob,
So if you went back to that south elevation
South elevation
view,
of the new room?
right?
The pitch of the new room is slightly less than the pitch of the garage roof behind it. Is that done just to get under the ridge? Is that what you?
Yes.
That was
Yes.
the purpose? So then on the west elevation of that same room, it looks like the south, I guess that's the south end of the hip, is again at a lower pitch. Doesn't look like it is the same, is that the same pitch as the room on the other side?
Yes.
Okay. It just looks like, just visually looks like it's shallower, but just a minor thing, there's the model and all the drawings are continually showing that chimney, which is for a fireplace that's being removed, is it not?
There's a fireplace on the second floor as well as a fireplace on the first floor. And we've done some research into that. There's actually a beam that's holding up the fireplace upstairs on the second floor. We're hoping, if you notice that fireplace, the chimney's made out of stone. That was an addition that was done somewhere around 2000. We're hoping that we can take that chimney down, but we don't know until the contractor actually opens it up a little bit more.
Do you think you can actually hold up just the second floor?
It's a metal firebox. So it's not, so the question is whether we can just vent out with something, like a regular, like flue. Otherwise, it's supported already by steel, so it's just a matter of.
So it would just go from the second floor up?
Goes from the second floor up, and that would be inside of the attic space of the, visually. I know, it's quirky. And the existing drawings don't give us enough information, so actually Mrs. Ianello did some some sleuthing to find out from the original mason and things like that, and we still have to open it up.
I see.
Diane, I have questions about the roof line too on this new house. When you build this roof line out, is it going to block the views of the windows up there?
Well, we made a point of trying to, those are a couple of bedrooms up there. We made a point of trying to keep that as low as we possibly could, just for that reason. And we also, there was that connection that was in between.
That's low, right?
The garage and the servants' wing.
So you don't think that new addition's going to block the views?
I think it's going to, any kind of addition's going to be an issue, I think. But that's the location that the family room really should be. you know, next to the kitchen and all that. What we were trying to state earlier was that there's very formal spaces, and we actually thought about repurposing those, but they are such phenomenal spaces that there's no
right.
way that we could possibly do that.
No, I think the location
So-
is
so then
logical
we-
there. I just am worried about blocking the views, and, you know, listening to what Mary Ellen had her concerns about this room, and you were talking about trying to replicate the garden room,
Mhm.
which has a flat roof, right? Did you consider, I know it's a bigger space, but using a flat roof to provide those views on that second floor, but also make it more like a garden room? Would that work?
Actually, we didn't. We did not, and the reason for that is that originally the garage had a flat roof, and in 2002, we spent quite a bit of study on that and made that garage roof into a hip roof and made everything with those brackets and everything for the eaving. So the goal was not to have a roof that was going to, you know, when they were looking out from the second floor, that they were looking at some sort of flat, you know, because flat roofs are not pretty, you know. So what we have was we were trying to work with the existing conditions, get some pitch in between the garage area and the existing house, and make that with a soldered copper type roof. And then work with the language of the hip roof. Now, in terms of the, going back to the fenestration on that, you know, we were trying to work again with the language of the house. The addition, there was an addition that was placed on that dining room with that kind of New Orleans wrought iron or whatever. We didn't think that we should start making the addition so different from the rest of the house that already there was the addition of the sunroom on the south end of the house, and we were trying to work with that language. So.
Oops. Other questions for presenter or for the staff? All right, now's an opportunity for the public, if there's any public comments or questions. And I see none, so we can deliberate. So it's a tricky one. You know, in terms of the bulk ordinance considerations, we're talking about points here that don't really relate to how the rest of the world sees this house, but mainly how the owner sees this house, or the person that operates this house sees this house. But yet this house has quite some historic significance, so I think it's appropriate that we do beat that up. So I don't really have any problem with the bulk itself. I do think that you guys have latched onto a couple of kind of interesting details that are a little dicey. So I don't know. Anybody else have more comments on that?
Well, I understand what Mary Ellen's saying. Yeah, it is different. I mean, the only thing when I look at this composition like this, it does make it look like it's an accessory building, you know, like it's separate from the house, because it's almost, you know, it's separated by a walkway. So to me, when you look at this, it looks like it's, you know, it's almost separate, like a separate building. So that's the one thing that, it almost looks like it's part of the garage, you know? And I'm just wondering, maybe if you explore an opportunity to make it, I mean, just, you know, I don't know, checking, maybe making it more like the porch with a flat roof, but it's such a large expansive space that might not work. Even if you put a balcony up there, that's really adding a lot of cost too. So, I don't know. I don't have a problem with the bulk issue, because I think it's just not visible, and you got to give it. There's almost a hardship here, you know. And it's almost a hardship when they don't have casual
Dan,
living
could
space.
you put the view from the west back up of the entire house? I think that helps us understand the scale of what's being added. And one of the things I think we have to keep in mind, and we've seen this. That's the one. We've seen this numerous times. Is where we focus in on a section, a portion of a house, a certain view of a house, and we don't understand the richness of layering that occurs from the pedestrian's vantage point. And so in this case, you know, the view that we see of the model, looking at that corner of this new addition, where we do have quite a bit of glass, it's hard to get that view from anywhere actually on the site. And if you were standing in the middle of this property on the terrace, kind of centered over the grand stair, if you will, on the foyer, looking back at this addition, you'd be looking through a bunch of stuff before you actually see that addition. So I'm less concerned about it than the other folks, I think, because I think it becomes kind of lost in the richness of the rest of what's going on. There's a lot of stuff going on here, you know. It's not like it's like that's the only thing to look at, you know. So it becomes the blocking of the views. You know, the roof does become a little heavier on the left-hand side, and that's more concerning to me in the detail view than in the general view. Although this is such a kind of a cool view of the house, you hate to do anything to erode the view of this house. But I'm not sure that it rises to the level of the same concern. I don't know, the pitch, you know, there's a subtle difference in the pitch. I'm not sure it really worries me, but it, you know, I recognize it's there when I see it in that view. I'm not sure you would ever recognize it, you know, from a real vantage point or not. There's something about the geometry of this, you know, the space between the kitchen and the dining room, the formal dining room, this kind of long, narrow, really you see it in the model more than you see it in the drawings. It's kind of an odd space.
Between the kitchen and dining room?
Between the kitchen and the formal
yes.
dining room, yeah. It's a long, deep space. There's a stair in there.
Right, that's something that's already an existing
Yeah, you don't want to,
condition.
I mean, I don't think there's an opportunity to change that at all, but you're,
Yeah.
it's
And
just
it
kind
was
of
interesting.
a funny space.
Right. We, that space as well, the way that the dining room, whoever remodeled that dining room, you know, 50, 60 years ago or whenever it was, the way they dealt with that was they actually mirrored the windows on the inside.
Huh.
So it's kind of an interesting, you know, like a portion of it you can see up, but a lot of it is mirrored down below. So that's sort of a servant courtyard where, you know, they barbecue right now, and there's a staircase that goes down to the basement. So there's a fair amount of activity that happens there that, you know, it's an existing.
I wonder if in the view, I'm looking at the south elevation again now, that one that we were looking, the flat elevation of the, if you looked at, keep going to that's the one. I'm wondering if there would be any benefit to actually trying to get a little bit of massing separation between the breakfast room and the family room. And I hate to even suggest it, but you could almost pull the family room further south, just you know, 18 inches or something, just to break that long run up. And then maybe that might, and then, I don't know, you know, the problem is the breakfast room, it doesn't really want to get much smaller, right? You know, it's pretty much kind of, you don't want to squeeze that. So, but there's relief. You can't quite see it there, but at the east end of that breakfast room, that you're 2 feet behind that higher brick surface. So there's relief at that plane already. There's less relief between the breakfast room and the family room, and it's hard to see on a flat drawing, but that little connection piece between the two structures is behind this, you know? So maybe there's a trick of the eye or a device that you could use to reinforce how that massing changes that would help break those two planes up. It's a very subtle thing. And
We actually studied that.
Yeah.
We might actually have the model piece here. We actually did study this going in and out, and we chose to pull it in about, I think it was about 1'6".
Yeah.
Because if we start encroaching further out into that terrace, it started
I
to.
know, it squeezes the terrace down, right? There's not much room out there.
Yeah, so
What about
we actually have, we spent a lot of time going
I'm
back
sure
and
you
forth
did.
on that one too.
What about the, by the way,
but it does look really
you're in
flat
great
there.
hands here. We are nitpicking the shit out of this.
But
So-
you're right. I mean, what's hard to see here is that subtle variation of the piece that's coming out, protruding out on the left.
How about the size of that upper roof, the metal roof in this? It looks like it's actually understated in that elevation for what it really wants to be. Does it want to overhang further from those windows?
we felt as though the bay should not have that really large overhang.
Yeah.
So we were trying to pull that in. Otherwise, it would look much more like an umbrella sitting on the bow. And the bow, what the bow's doing is addressing the terrace. If we go to the plan, it addresses the terrace. Certainly, yeah. So there's the bow here, and when we actually pulled in this piece, originally we had it further out here, and when we pulled this in, we brought the bow out a little bit more, so that way we were relating to this bow that was in this area, and this set up a sort of a rhythm going on in the courtyard.
Right.
On the terrace.
Okay.
But certainly, I mean, we can look at it again. But it's amazing to see how as soon as we start pulling this out, we want to be really conscious of what's happening in this area here.
I understand. Yeah.
It's a shame they can't relocate the library and the bath and go that way.
Any other consideration?
I wish you could come inside of the house because, you know, it's funny. We worked with the INLOs on their garage here, and the garaging about 11 years ago, 10 or maybe 10 years ago, and we really weren't that familiar with the house on the inside.
Yeah.
So before we met with the INLOs, Mr. INLO called us and said, you know, we really like to get a family room here because we're squashed in this part of our house over here. Even though they put on this small addition here, they were just squashed back here. And so we started doing studies, and we thought, wow, you know, here's our chance. Maybe we look at that courtyard, maybe we look at the dining room, maybe it's repurposing, maybe we put the dining room where the den is, et cetera, et cetera. So we kind of did these brainstorming before we even met with the INLOs. And then Lindsay met us at the front door and started showing us around the house, and I was like, and Peter doesn't even know this story, but, and I started walking around the house, and I'm like, oh my gosh, we can't touch any of these spaces because they are so phenomenal and they're so historic that it wasn't like we were going to start repurposing or taking over some of the formal spaces to go into informal family living. So it made sense to work on, and originally we thought, well, maybe we can just go out a little bit of a ways, but then we realized that in order to make the massing really work and to make this room really work so that the proportions of the spaces were in keeping with the rest of the house, and make the addition worthwhile, that we really needed to go this extra length here and actually kind of hide this garage massing. This massing's already here, but by connecting into it, it became a more I would say a more complete composition. So, and it's a bugger. I mean, there's no question about it. You know, but we really did study it up, you know, up and down.
I understand the need for light, you know, streaming in from the inside, and I'm sure that all of the windows work beautifully from the inside. But maybe if just one area was removed. Just the little breezeway, you know, the area where you are taking off the, you know, the little demo area. Maybe if that, on the proposed south elevation overlay, if you can get to that one. Maybe if that window were treated differently. Yeah. You know, the far right.
You mean here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
and that's the breakfast room, and
yeah, I know.
We have to, yeah, we have to provide
there.
some doorway there in order for them to go in and out to grill. And we looked at, there isn't enough space in here to provide, because I think what you might be responding to on this, Mary Ellen, is that the main two-story mass of the house is more blocky with punched holes.
Right. Exactly.
And so it's like, because we kind of we studied this too in order to get light in here. We were like, well, we can't just provide one door,
right?
Because then it's dark in the breakfast room.
That's why, yeah, from the
we
interior it
could
works.
Study it
You
again
need
and look, but we were trying to also work with how do you marry this this building mass, which is pushed out a little bit with this connector here to the rest of the house, so certainly we
Do
can
you
look
have
at it again.
Diana, do you have the full drawings that we have in your presentation here? Do you have that view E? I'm looking at the view E, which is the view from the southern terrace today.
So that we have that.
It's okay if you don't. We have it, I just. There you go. No, it's not it. It's a surprise. It's a pop quiz on the drawing.
We were having problems there.
That's okay. If the other commissioners want to look at that, it's in the package, and I think what it does is it shows you how much stuff there is at the back of this house in between the addition area. You know, you're looking at the back of the garage there, which is, this addition's going right there.
I don't think that's it. I mean, you can't just cover it with stuff.
I'm just explaining what you're gonna see.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm not covering it with stuff, I'm explaining what you're gonna see. You know, my reaction to this is that, first of all, if it was my house, I would want southern sunlight in my house. And I would be grabbing for it, I'd be looking for it everywhere. Matter of fact, I wouldn't buy or build another house without southern, so folks at home, don't try to sell me one. So I love it. I think that it's well conceived from the prospect of how you would use this, and, you know, I think that it's good from that standpoint. I'm not as alarmed by how it might be perceived as an addition. You know, it's an addition. The garage is an addition. It's quite apparent to me when I look at this house where the original house structure was and what was added. I can tell. But yet it all works, it goes together, and I don't think that this is a detriment to the existing condition in respect to that. You know, it's not like I'm historically messing with the house. You know, I'm just changing one aspect of it that's already been changed before. And I think you're following all the rules, you're using the materials, you're using the windows, you're using the, you know, I mean, I don't have any gripe or complaint with that. I think that it's an interesting challenge to provide a lot of light like this, and, you know, it's kind of somewhere between a really light addition like the porch is, and if you look at some of the historic views of what this house was, there's some really light window elements. One of those corners is, in the historic view, is very, very light, almost greenhouse kind of light. This is a little heavier structure, you know, so it needs a little more than that, and I think you've tried to do your best to balance this. So, you know, I'm inclined to support it. I think they're in really good hands. I think it doesn't suffer from effort or from, you know, judgment in terms of the design. And so I'm quite content that it'll be well executed. But I you know, it's like all of these things. There's a fine line between, you know, how you use the house and, you know, the perfect, you know, symmetrical solution or whatever it is. And I'm okay with it, actually. I don't think that, I mean, we're fighting about stuff that only the user will see, I think. So I'd like to hear from the other commissioners, but I don't really have a big problem with it myself.
You know, I think that's why it works, is because when I mentioned the outbuilding look, I think it's separate from the house, so it looks like a separate building. So you're not trying to, I think that's why, even if you look on here, I think that's why it works better with those big windows.
That's a great drawing, by the way. I think that helps us understand it.
This really helps us. That's the last one.
Yeah.
So I think that's why I was comfortable with those bigger windows, because it looks like a separate building. It's not trying to integrate it into the house. So, and I don't have a problem with the bulk, so I know, you know, Diana and Guy, I'm sure, explored every single option, so, so yeah, I'm in support of it too, I think.
Yeah, I understand the concerns about, you know, the style and, you know, trying to relate it back to the original structure, but, you know, it is an addition that, you know, looks like it's already on another part of an addition, and with limitations there, unless we're gonna have them, you know, tear down the garage and start from scratch, you know, this seems like a good solution to what they, you know, what is existing there. And I think, Kurt, your points about, you know, what really is the view of that, and the fact that it's softened by landscaping and placement, you know, up on a terrace, you know, really, you know, eases any concern I have about it, so I'd support the petition as it's presented.
You don't have to talk.
I'll say one thing, which is, as opposed to going into the formal house, it seems as if working off of the servants' quarters might be a better solution, and that's what they've done. And I was very impressed when I was on the site, how constrained the site is in many respects, and so I can only imagine how difficult it was to arrive at solutions.
Bob, any comments for us, or?
No, I agree. I don't think there are too many options in doing this. I think this is, you know, pretty much what you have to do to make it work. And,
All right, I will ask if there's a motion, then.
I wrote one.
I'll let you say it.
Okay. Let me make sure it's the right one.
Whatever you got, I'll take.
So I move that the commission approve a certificate of appropriateness for the design of an addition and alterations for 20 Westminster, including approval of a building scale variance based on the findings as stated on pages 1 through 3 of the applicable report by city staff dated May 30th, 2013, and subject to the conditions stated in numbered paragraphs 1 and 2 on page 4 of the applicable staff report.
All right, the motion has been made by Commissioner Travers. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Ransom. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
And there's one opposed. So thank you very much for that. Good luck with that. And looks like a big project. All right. Yes, we're going to take a 1-2-minute break, if that's okay. If you want to set up, we'll be right back. It's okay. We want all.
We have these fancy displays up here, but no pictures of water anymore.
Yeah, didn't you find that interesting? Where was the water today?
I see none. So introduce yourself and let us know what you got.
Chairman Pairitz and Commissioners, my name is John Krasnodebski. I'm the architect for this project at 499 Washington Road. The Frosts own it. They've been in the home for many years, Scott and Kara, and they've been great caretakers of this coach house. And so the modifications we're proposing tonight are fairly minor. However, we were here on Tuesday for a zoning variance. The home is existing non-conforming in regards to its front yard setback. This coach house belongs to the home to the north. It was designed by Frost and Granger in 1903, and it was subdivided in the 70s and converted from a coach house into an actual apartment. Several modifications have been done through the years and major additions. However, what we're proposing tonight is relatively minor compared to those changes. We're not asking for any size or bulk variances. It all conforms well under the bulk ordinance. There's no increase in impervious surfaces either. So it's a pleasure to work on a project that doesn't have too many controversies with it. It's almost an acre in size. It's 0.87 acres. And the home is oriented towards the street. But as you can see, there's a lot of mature vegetation and screening that exists. This was taken in the winter, so things were pretty bleak. But you can see a lot of mature arborvitae and evergreen. This is year-round screening, and that's going to be maintained and preserved. So moving on to our next slide, this is a street view looking south, and right to the left here is the screening, and so the house is off to the left. So from this view, you really can't see much at all. These are some closer up shots of the home. This is from the driveway itself. I'm standing in the driveway looking at where the porch is. There's an open porch on the back of the house right here, and so the biggest part of our proposal is to enclose that existing open porch and create a breakfast room out of it. Here's a side view of it. It's kind of out of perspective a little bit. It looks very long here, but so we're going to maintain this roof line and this eave line. That's going to stay, and these stucco rough cast stucco columns are going to stay as well. So we're going to keep that and enclose this with double hung windows and a knee wall so that they could use this space as interior conditioned space. Here is another view of, you can't see it from the street view. Here's another view from the driveway. So I'll keep moving along. So this is within the yard, and you're looking straight at the back of the home. So this is the southern elevation of the home. So it does get lots of great light, which is nice. So this is what we're going to enclose right here. Another part of our proposal today is to add a chimney and fireplace between these two sets of doors. These are slider doors. We do want to convert these to French doors that are going to be swinging. And so the chimney will be here. I'll show you an elevation of that. And that is a two-sided chimney with a firebox on the great room side and a firebox for the exterior terrace here. This is the addition that was done in the 80s, and this bay window, we would like to put a door in there so that this room can have access to this outdoor space. This was done in the 80s. These windows are newer windows. I can't pinpoint the date, but they look like to be 80s. A lot of them are snap-in mullions. We're going to have similarly divided light windows, double hung for what we're proposing on the enclosed porch. One of the third modification is this recessed entry. This is also an addition. Going out of sequence, sorry about that. This is also an addition when the coach house garage space was converted to living space. A garage was added over here. That has since been converted into living space, and now it's a two-car garage off to the east. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that this was an entry at one point. There might have been another column on this side. I don't know for sure. But anyways, our proposal here is this is a very deep recessed entry with a small foyer, relatively small foyer. We like to increase the foyer size and get some more light into this space. So we're going to bring forward this entry door and side lights. There's about 10 feet of depth right now. We're going to keep the column and the roof line and the overhang and all this stucco, you can see there's some wood trim that starts to occur halfway within the recess. So we're going to bring that door forward so we can get 5 additional feet of foyer space. We'll get more light into that foyer. We will do more things inside that's going to benefit the flow and layout of the home, but still have a covered recessed entry that offers plenty of protection, and I don't think it'd be noticeable at all, to be honest. So that's 3. I think I covered all 4: the chimney, the bay window, the recessed entry, and the porch conversion. So here's a site plan that we did that shows where that porch is, showing the vegetation, the screening that's along here. We're not proposing any changes to the landscape. It's really well done, we think. Cliff Miller's been maintaining it and doing some great things there, so we're going to maintain all that landscaping. And we feel that this enclosure really fits in well with the home. We're going to maintain these round columns. This is the existing floor plan here. So you can see it's a very cramped, very small kitchen and dining area. So we're going to open all that up and make it more livable for their family. Here's an existing elevation of the rear of the home, existing side elevation, another existing side elevation. So here we have the proposed plan. So you can see how we're enclosing the porch. Now you can see the round columns, and these are double hung windows that match the double hungs that are on this side of the home and on the dormers. There's a little bit of a mix-up of windows. These bay windows actually have casements on them. So there is a mix. But we felt the double hungs were more original than casements. There's predominantly more double hungs than casements, so we're going to go with the casements. So you see here how we're enclosing it. We are putting panels below. That does seem to be a consistent detail on the home. You see them on the bay windows and above these doors. I don't think those are original details, but they exist, and so we feel that's a nice enough detail to continue. This also provides an area for a banquette. It's a relatively small breakfast room, so it offers a lot of economy in size by building in a banquette and table for the breakfast room. So that does offer us a nice design for that. Here's the side elevation. Well, these windows we are changing. They are taller right now, but since this is a kitchen counter beyond, there's about 6 inches that we need to decrease the height of these windows by so we can have a 3-foot counter. We don't have any backsplash on the inside, just to keep those windows as large as possible. So I just wanted to point that out. But again, with that screening, very little impact. They're in the same location, the same head height. It's just we can't have them go below the countertop. This is the bay window that we're going to put a door in and fixed side lights. So right now these are windows. This was the addition that was done in the 80s. So we are going to improve that for the flow of the home. So that is it. So hopefully, I think it's a great improvement for the lifestyle for the Frosts, and it's very minimal impact, I think, to the bulk and to the scale of the home. And it's very sensitive, I think, to what's going on in the house now. So thanks for listening.
All right, thank you. And do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to reiterate that this project doesn't have a building scale variance, but it was before the Zoning Board of Appeals earlier this week on Tuesday for a front yard setback variance. At that meeting, the Zoning Board did recommend approval of the setback variance to allow the enclosure of the front porch. The project really has 4 components, as was outlined by the petitioner this evening. There are findings prepared in your staff report to support those modifications to the exterior of the home. The intent of this project is to preserve the roof, preserve the columns, and simply infill that space with the double hung windows and the panel detail. This subtle modification preserves the open character of that porch, but does do significant improvements to the interior space. So staff does support this project. There are, as I mentioned, findings in the staff report. We're recommending approval. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Megan. Now's an opportunity for the commissioners to ask any questions they may have of the staff or the petitioner.
John, I just have a question. You said that they were a mix of double hung casement, or are they double hung?
There is a combination. What we're proposing are all double hungs. On the existing home, there are a few casements that exist that were newer, done in the 80s. Most of the windows, however, are double hung. So there's predominantly double hungs existing, so we're going to go with that. And I think that was probably the original design intent.
Okay, all right, that's good, because, yeah, double hung's better. And then there was a question we had from the Preservation Foundation, how you were going to attach the wall to those columns.
So there's a little bit of wood on the side of the window there. So what we are going to do is we're going to saw cut the stucco to provide that connection, because it's very rough cast stucco. So we could stop short and put a big caulk joint there, but I don't think that's going to look good. So I think a nice cut and slide the framing into it would be a much cleaner connection.
And would that give you more of a profile of the column then also?
It would,
Yeah.
it would.
Okay.
I love that you're incorporating those columns. That's great.
Right,
You
we
can do that.
looked at alternatives, but we felt that those were an important enough existing element
It's a nice
to
feature.
maintain.
What is the color of the brick you're going to use for the chimney?
It's a reddish-brown brick. There is some brick on there's a chimney that extends through the house now and has some brown brick on it. We're going to match that.
You were able to find something pretty close?
Right, you can. And there's also the terrace, although it's newer, has a lot of clay brick pavers, and that color is very similar. So we're going to keep in that coloration.
I've been inside this house. This is a wonderful solution. It's perfect. Even the addition of the fireplace is great. And the foyer, bringing the door forward,
Forward,
it's
yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, I think it's going to really improve
Yeah,
it.
really great.
Other questions? Go ahead.
The French doors on the south elevation that you're putting in, do they fit in the space that's
Yeah,
there?
exactly. Same rough opening that the sliders are in. We're not going to change that opening at all, so they
Okay.
fit within the opening.
Now is an opportunity for the public, if we have any public comments. I hear none, so we can deliberate, if there's any deliberation. Any deliberation?
No, I like it.
I support it.
I'll ask if there's a motion.
I move we support the petition as presented, along with the staff, conditions listed in the staff report.
Second.
All right, the motion has been made by Commissioner Athenson. It's gonna be support-
Or tricky.
Seconded by Commissioner Swenson. It's getting late. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, congratulations. Good luck with that. Nice stuff. All right, agenda item 9. This is a consideration of a request for a certificate of appropriateness approving an addition and alterations to resident at 365 East Westleya Road. A building scale variance is also requested.
We're taking both of them
And,
together.
yeah, I'll just give you the commissioners a little background on this. The next two items are separate items, separate PIN numbers, require separate motions, but they are essentially one historic property, and so we'll get some more background. We'll get a full briefing on the house for the first one, and we'll act on that or not, and then we'll follow with the second item. So we'll try to just keep it as seamless as possible, but we'll see how it goes. So with that, I'll ask if there's any conflict on this. I see
Nope.
none, so introduce yourself and carry on.
Great, thank you. My name is Chuck Bennett. I'm with CBJ Architects. And also with us today is Brian Boding, landscape designer, Paragon Design, and the owners, John Kapur and Surin Kapur of the properties. I've had the pleasure of working with the property and learning a lot about the twin doors properties that was designed by Stanley Anderson for the Clouds back in the late 1930s. Very unique property that it was two houses, one for the parents and one for the kids, and very unique of the time. Well, very very typical of the time. A lot of servants' quarters. There must have been a lot of servants running all around these houses because the houses are designed in such a way that it has very distinct areas of the servants' quarters and the residence. Let me advance on here. The house had been on the market, I guess, for a number of years, and it was left vacant. And since that timing, there was a lot of neglect that obviously went on, and non-upkeep with the properties. We think it all, and I think staff thinks it was a great blessing that one owner has bought both properties to kind of bring this compound, which is on about 3.5 acres for both houses, and also there's a coach house together to kind of bring them back up to to where they need to be to be a pleasure to look at, and to be a big piece of the Lake Forest housing, historic preservation that we're dealing with here. It's really nice. So I'll get into the Wesley house here, which is the house on the west. First set of photographs I'm showing you are street photographs, and we'll start at the west property line. There is a driveway which accesses the rear of the property. The way the houses are set up, this main gate comes in, and then the two houses face each other. So it's kind of unique where you come into the back area here where there's the garage spaces to access the house. So as we move a little bit further to the east, this kind of runs from east to west. A lot of vegetation in this area where we hit the entrance gates. Previous owners had put in bollards and a mechanical gate to access the properties. And then further down on Wesley, just more vegetation and where you really can't see what's happening deep into the property. This is actually the east property line. East property line actually happens right at the gate. The areas of work that we're looking at concentrating on, and we are asking for a bulk variance, and I'll start with that. There's an existing covered porch area, and that was accessible. If I can go back, that's accessible and somewhat visible in winter. I should preface that from this west property line. As you can see, there's a lot of vegetation between there and back in there. You kind of see where the porch area is. So what we are proposing is enclosing this space for a couple of different reasons. Number one, it's in very disrepair, and we want to maintain. We want to bring the materials in and get the space back to where it's actually usable. Again, back in the 30s and 40s when this was being used, this was really a servants area of usage. This whole back wing here is all servant spaces, from bedroom to a little gathering room, to this porch, the garage down below, servants, the kitchen, then there was a prep kitchen, and then there's a butler's kitchen. And then the bulk of the rest of this house was where the family spent their time. So the way we're living today, there's really no kind of casual, let's say, informal family room space, and that's what we want to create in this area by enclosing the porch. The wall ends right here currently, and what we want to do is open up that wall and create a nice family room on this side, and then a laundry room adjacent to that, which has direct access then to the kitchen, and then also there's stairs here that lead up to upstairs bedrooms. The bulk in this area, again, I want to preface that by saying that we're not creating any roofs. The roof is already there, and the enclosure. When I get to the exterior elevations, I'll show you a little bit further what I mean. There's some voids and solids that are already present, and what we want to do is we want to just enclose those that match exactly what we're having adjacent to us on the current elevation. So we're not reinventing the wheel. We're creating the same flow from what's currently there. Secondly, the whole kitchen area, again, it was previously much more for servants than that. We want to add a bay window. Currently there's 2 windows in the kitchen, and there's 2 sinks, and ironically enough, the 2 sinks look right into the wall and not into the windows at all. So what we want to do is we want to remove the 2 existing windows and create a bay that also faces south, and it also faces the yard, and it'll just bring the views and the light into that kitchen, really lightening it up. Adjacent to that the space, which was a previous prep kitchen for the servants, is going to be a new eating area for the owners. There was one double hung window in that area. Again, we want to open up this space to the outside, provide access for an outdoor terrace for grilling, casual dining, and by removing that window and providing French doors, that'll enable us to do that. And then the last area that we're looking at modifying slightly is an existing enclosed porch, which previously was enclosed with just big sliding glass doors, kind of nondescript, and we want to make that a little bit more intimate with the house, I guess, and the architecture, with again just with similar detailing that's around the entire house, to make it work with the architecture. Additionally, there used to be some awnings that were neglected, or the frames are all bent and in disrepair. We want to bring those awnings back to life. Second floor plan, very simple. There was a dormer added years and years ago, not sure exactly when, and they put a couple of flanking windows with a huge picture window in the bedroom, and it's actually too much. It makes furnishing that space very difficult. We're proposing on removing the picture window and keeping the flanking windows, actually replacing them. They're in disrepair, which will still meet all the light and vent requirements per code, and we don't think it's taking away from the exterior at all. Roof plan is existing. We're not changing anything other than the little portion of the bay over here, and the bay here, we're kind of relating that. There's a current existing bay on this elevation, and we're matching proportions and that with this bay. Where this bay dead ends into an eave, this bay is going to have a copper roof. Oops. So the exterior elevations, here's the existing current porch, as we could view it from the street, but you can't see it from the street, so this is actually inside the property line. And as you can see, there's some voids in there, and then back behind there's wood lap siding. What we are proposing is basically bringing the elements that are back under the porch, which is a door and 2 windows, and bringing those forward. And what we're calling on as far as matching our detailing is this area of the porch, which is already somewhat partially enclosed, and we're just kind of continuing that around. So what there is here is just double hung windows, and then there's pilasters that are along this elevation, which there are currently pilasters here. We're gonna refurbish those pilasters to bring them back to some of their original glory, and then there's flush wood siding here, which makes it which differentiates it from the other part of the house, which is more of a 6-inch lap siding. This is the bedroom dormer area up top. I was mentioning to you. You can see that there's a couple of windows and just a big picture window, and what we're proposing is just getting rid of that picture window here. We have the 2 flanking windows that we're going to replace because they're in disrepair, and then there's another existing window in the bathroom, which we're going to do the same with. The existing south elevation is just a series of double hung windows and dormers up above. My time up? No.
Go ahead.
That's okay. Somewhere along the line, we think that these dormers were changed. They all used to maybe were small, and they wanted to bring some more light into the dormers, but we're not changing. We're not proposing to change those at all. But what we are proposing and changing is the last 3 windows in this area. Again, eliminating the 2 windows, bringing in a new bay, which for the kitchen area brings in much needed light. And then the French doors, again, which would be centered on the existing window as it stands. And again, access to the outside and additional light for the space. Also with this south elevation, here's part of that enclosed porch. And There's existing columns and pilasters that are incorporated into that. Those will be remaining. And we are looking at, on this elevation, bringing in French doors with flanking windows, and then some more of the porch detailing to kind of give it a little bit more of a scale with the house rather than just, just a sea of open glass. Side elevation of the same area here. Same area, and then new awnings that will replace the old battered frames. And then the bay window reference I mentioned on the adjacent elevation, it's actually further down this elevation. You can't see it, so I provided a separate slide. That's our reference on the bay window. I'm gonna, now for this part, I'm gonna turn it over to the landscape architect, Brian.
Hello, my name is Brian Boating. I'm with Paragon Design Group, and I'm the landscape architect on the project. Since the timer's already gone off, I'm going to be brief to keep this going pretty quickly. We have a minimum amount of trees that are going to be removed. They're being removed primarily because of a need to increase the area for parking and turning around off the Westlake entrance, generally in this area. There's a total of 3 trees that are directly impacted by the area. We'd like to do a small expansion of parking and a turnaround. The extents of that parking area are limited to an area that's not actually exceeding there's an easement that runs along the west property line, and I think my pointer is not working any longer. Oh, no, I was trying to do the pointer. Well, anyhow, there's several trees that were going to be removed in that general area, and some of them are actually in poor condition right now, and the intention is to replace the total caliper inches that are removed with new plantings that will be on the landscape plan that will follow shortly. We're actually removing a total of 72 caliper inches. We'll be replacing it with 75 over the extents of the entire parking lot, or the entire site. There's another area where we will be doing some removal elements. There's a chain link fence that runs along the south side of the main axis of the carport. Can anybody see that red light? For some reason I can't see it. It's in the southern portion of the main carport area, the turnaround location between the 2 primary buildings. There's also a number of plantings that are around the perimeter of both buildings that are quite overgrown and past their prime. Our intention is to remove those in order to allow for some fresher plantings. There's also some fencing that's along the east side, along Green Bay Road, that was used for right in that area for a dog kennel. The owner does not have dogs, and our intention is to remove most of those fences. However, we will have one connection that goes to an existing wood fence that runs on the east side of the site. The landscape plan, there's quite a few areas where we're addressing new plantings, but I'm going to talk briefly about a few expansions to the parking lot that are a little better delineated on this landscape plan. The first area is right in through here. It allows for some parking and a turnaround. It's screened on the west-hand side from neighboring properties by an arborvitae hedge. And there is a fence that was going to be removed. We're going to replace that fence along the south side of that parking and turnaround area, and it will extend in a southerly direction along the edge of the easement that runs along the west property line. So we're intentionally staying outside of that easement for future access, if that is necessary in the future. On the east side of the site, we are expanding the parking lot a little bit in this area as well to create a better turnaround location. The main access is through this area. We're going to accentuate that area with boxwood hedges that will flank either side of that entryway element. And there's also, between the 2 properties, the addition of a fountain feature and walkways that are existing. There are bluestone walkways that are in disrepair. We're going to relay those and reuse as many stones as we possibly can, and supplement it in situations where stones have become quite decrepit. And then along the south side, we've kind of expanded this open lawn space so it's more usable for the owners for things like croquet or any lawn activities. But to create a border or an edge to that space, there would be a hedge with a relocated, they've got a black chain link fence that we're going to reuse and supplement as necessary to kind of enclose that space. Foundation plantings will be added throughout the property. If you visited the site, you see that they're quite large and overgrown. Our intention is to freshen that up quite a bit. Existing patios will remain. They are bluestone patios. There is a bluestone patio in this general area that we will expand upon to create a little bit more outdoor entertaining space that will link into the new doors that were added to the dining room area of that building. We're also adding a small patio in the rear of the eastern building, and there's an existing patio that is settled that will be relayed just behind the garage space. And there's also an entryway area that is existing bluestone that is in disrepair. We're going to replace that with new bluestone. It'll be bluestone throughout. And in the idea, since we've got very limited time, I'm going to, since this really displays most of the landscape, I'm going to just move. These are detailed areas that show, you know, the planting design in more detail with all the plants specified. And this is the east side, which lends us into the Green Bay Road property.
There's one other piece of the landscaping that we're that's related to that. Again, here's a picture of the main gates, and you can see there's some existing wood bollards with light fixtures up on top of it. What we want to do on the west portion of the West Drive on the Wesley is just add a bollard feature flanking each side of the drive without a light. And let me go back. And so that would be at this driveway here, set back behind the setback lines, and that's just kind of tying in the bollards that are over on this side of the site. I'll talk more about the Green Bay site, but that concludes our Wesley site.
Okay, why don't you leave that image up, and then we'll ask if there's a staff report.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple brief comments on the history of this property. Twin Doors, as it's historically known, was designed by Stanley Anderson, and it's a unique configuration with a grouping of buildings that were historically used by one family with generations living in different portions of the house. In 2003, the area was subdivided, and the area to the south was developed into single-family home lots. These two lots were created, but there were still some connections that were preserved between the two homes. There is an access easement that allows for that center access and courtyard between the homes, and the homes were preserved as part of that subdivision. At that same time, the properties were designated as local landmarks. So this area of town is actually outside of the historic district, but it's here before the commission this evening because of that landmark designation. What makes this area special and unique has also made it, I think, difficult to sell, and as the petitioner noted, it had been vacant for a very long time. The property is overgrown, and the buildings have sat around for a while. So it is nice that a single family has purchased both lots and is looking to do a restoration renovation project for both of the houses to bring life back into the corner of Wesley and Green Bay. With respect to the project, because there are two addresses and two properties, the petition before the commission right now is for the property at 365 Wesley. The petitioner is requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the building scale variance to allow for some of the exterior modifications that were discussed by the petitioner. With this request, the modifications that result in a building scale variance is the enclosure of the front porch along Wesley. There is a significant setback from the road and a lot of vegetation between the structure and the road. There are some areas where you get glimpses of that porch, but for the most part, these properties are tucked into the property and into that corner. The overall mass of the structure is not changing. The roof form stays. Similar to the last petition, they're simply enclosing an open porch with wood paneling. That's all I have for this property. There are findings in support of both the architectural modifications as well as the building scale variance in your staff report. We're recommending approval.
All right, thank you. I'll ask if there's any questions for the staff or the petitioner from the commissioners.
I do.
Please.
And one is perhaps a simple-minded question that I didn't understand when I inspected this site. Are there two driveways into the property off of Westlake?
Yes, there are. There's the western driveway, which accesses basically the coach house,
right,
and then the garage area. That's over here. And then this main gate entry will actually serves as access, very formal access and this is a big turnaround courtyard area for both houses.
Okay.
Similarly, when we get to the Green Bay house, there's another driveway that accesses the back of that house.
And so then on the Westlake entrance that's further west,
yes,
is there a gate on
There
that?
is no gate, and we're not proposing on putting a gate. We just would like to put a couple of the wood bollards to mimic the wood bollards that are on the main gate.
Okay, great.
But no gate. Yeah.
And then the gate, which is on the eastern driveway on Westlake, you are proposing to remove that and relocate it?
Correct. There's the existing gate there. We are proposing on removing that gate and then reusing it on the Green Bay site, and then slightly modifying the scale. The gate on that is a little bit, for the size of the bollards and everything, just seems a little bit small. So we're gonna amp up the scale a little bit on the gate, but keep the exact same design motif as what exists.
And so, as I understood it, that gate on, oh, too bad.
So you can see, here's kind of the existing, and you can see it's, the height of it. We're just bringing up the height a little bit. It's still staying below the top of the bollards, but it's just getting a little bit more, just increasing the height a little bit.
Right. And so, as I understood it, that gate was approximately 70 feet back from Westlake Road,
Right.
and is 16 feet.
50? Yeah, closer to 50. I think it's closer to 50.
I measured it, so.
From the property line, so from the road,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
there's
so
a park.
I
there's a
measured it
parkway.
from Westlake,
Right.
and so it's
Okay.
70 feet from Westlake.
Right.
And it's 16 feet wide,
Mhm.
not including the bollards. And so Westlake Road is a 4-lane thoroughfare?
2 lanes. 2 lanes.
Oh, just so you know, I live here, 4 lanes there.
4 lanes?
And
Oh.
no, right there, it's 4 lanes, I promise you. We can go out. And there's no house facing this gate on the other side of Westlake.
Okay.
Now, you're proposing to take that same gate and move it now over to
The Green Bay,
Green Bay,
driveway.
which is a 2-lane road.
Mhm.
The driveway is 12 feet wide there. And if you had it set back from the road 70 feet, you would be in the garage. And so how does it make sense to you to take the gate from Westlake and move it to such a different context.
Well, it's moving back far enough to where we can get the 16-foot gate to work.
And how far back is that from the edge of Green Bay Road? Because, there's somebody right across the street. It's a very different context than Westlake, as I'm
Correct.
sure you can
Correct.
appreciate.
We'll give you that number in just 1 second.
As I say, it can't be 70 feet back.
It's not
because-
70 feet.
yeah.
No, it's probably closer to.
So it can't be as far back as it was from Westlake.
I think it's closer to 50.
Well, it's closer to 18, actually.
From the road.
I don't.
Well, you can see the 50-foot setback is shown on the drawing. The gate's shown less than half of the distance of the 50-foot setback, so I would guess it's closer to 20 feet from the property line. Yeah, yeah, there you go, 36 feet.
From
the curb.
From the curb.
There you go.
It's
Yeah. So but your point, John, is it might be a little large for the application on Green Bay, given the 16-foot expanse.
I mean, we've all seen the examples of, the gargantuan bollards in front of a small house, and it can sometimes be, in this case, it won't just be bollards, it'll be
The gate.
a really large gate
Can we save
in a
that,
very different context.
Can we save that concept for we're not actually on that house yet, but it's a great.
As long as we don't lose it,
Yeah,
Chairman.
no, let's not lose it, but I think that's appropriate to talk about when we talk about the second part of this petition, which is that side, but it's hard to separate because
Exactly.
that gate's coming from the other side, right?
Yes.
So but it's an interesting concept, and I hadn't seen that myself, so that's a good one. Could you tell us about the fountain? Is the fountain, did you say that's a new fountain? Or, yeah, right.
However, the exact detailing of that fountain has not been determined at this point.
Okay.
Still kind of exploring options for that.
And is the suggestion that would be a sculptural in the air kind of fountain, or a low reflecting pool kind of fountain, or not to be, not determined yet?
Well, the goal would be to have fountains coming up so that they're visible as you approach from Westlake.
So a sculptural kind of element, or
Yeah,
just?
but it may be sculptural with not necessarily a hard structure, but the water itself
Oh, I see, yeah, okay.
fountaining up.
All right, thank you for that. That's another one of those, it's on the seam, right, John? It's like,
It is.
where do you argue about that?
Though it'll be really nice.
Yeah.
And actually, at that current location, right now, there is a sundial that I mentioned earlier. We're going to relocate that sundial further to the south on that same axis, where there's a bit of green space where it'll be exposed to the sun.
Yeah.
So it'll still be maintained on the site.
Any other questions for the petitioner or the staff?
Yeah, I have a question about that open-air porch that you want to convert to a family room. That's a really unique feature of this whole home. And, you look at this composition, and it's pretty simple. It's usually clapboard with window spacing in there. And this feature is really unusual here and kind of creates, a void there instead of just continuing that clapboard. And the way you're filling that in kind of continues that and loses some of that unique feature. So I'm just wondering, is there any kind of alternative you studied that might have given you the space for the family room, but mimicked or preserved that look of the voids?
Well, we did talk about putting just glass in there, and that would maintain these dark voids. If this space was just infilled with just solid glass, it almost gets back to the look that we're trying to where you have it on this porch here, which is just all glass, and trying to bring back some scale to the elevation, just some you know, just the look of the elevation, which is just not just a sea of glass. You know, we love the detailing of the windows. We love the detailing of the flat, because there is a differentiation there, where the siding is, it's not a lap siding there, it's a flush siding. So there's a definite differentiation, which brings the scale in. It helps with the voids. There's the pilasters that divide these up, not only with the walls, but again, there's pilasters here. What you don't see is the other side of the porch here, which is enclosed currently. So, you know, what we're trying to do is we're being sensitive to the existing architecture while trying to create obviously the space for the way the family, you know, wants to be able to use the space, because it's not very conducive to being used as it was kind of off the servant's wing and in the back of the kitchen and things like that. So we did study those items, and, you know, ultimately we felt that this was a very good solution, being sensitive to the existing architecture. And then also in looking from the street views, knowing that, you know, the views, unless you're going to stand right at that west driveway and sit there and stare, you know, that's the only way you're going to see it. If you're just walking by, driving by, you won't see it. It's back far enough. It's 100 feet from the road, and then with all the vegetation.
Of it. Yeah, I've always admired that end of it, though. I've lived here my whole life, and driving by there on Wesley, you do get glimpses of it. You know, and I had the same question too about voids and solids. When I'm looking at the east elevation, and currently you have an open air porch that is glassed in, and you're going to replace the glass indoors, right? You're going to put something different on them?
Correct. Yeah, it's just a series of large glass and fixed pane glass and sliding glass doors in here, and
I'm looking at the east elevation.
You talking about the ones they're saying he says reconditioned on those, or fixed or something.
Reconditioning.
What does that mean?
The east gallery. Again, those are just a big series of sliding glass doors that are in disrepair. All we want to do is we're going to keep those. We were going to keep those as they are, and just fix them.
Now, what is that? Is that just a porch?
It was just an access covered porch that somebody put sliding glass doors on.
So did you consider taking the glass out and restoring it to its original look? Because that would definitely
The original
break up
look is
those
an open
voids.
porch.
Yeah.
And it's an access point that actually connects. If I'll go to the plan, it's an access point in here that connects kind of the formal space back to the other porch area in here. So, no, we did not consider creating just an open porch area.
But that's what it originally was.
That's what it was originally was.
So, let's see if you have any more questions, because I think we have some deliberation comments for sure, but I want
a couple
questions. Yeah, please.
Yeah. On the west elevation, just to the south of the garage projection and the garage projection itself, seems like those windows need to have the same shutters that are going along the rest of the elevation. Looks kind of funny with them off.
On the west elevation?
Yeah.
There currently are no shutters on the west.
Go to the one to the right of that. There you go.
Oh, the upper, this is the upper dormer, you mean?
Well, I was referring, at least on this drawing, the whole wing that continues to the right is not shown in that picture, but according to this, it shows
the lower level, the lower level.
shutters all along the lower level, but the one on the left of the door.
No shutters there
none.
currently,
Yeah.
no.
Looks kind of odd. Now, the windows above it in the dormer, those are casements?
Those are existing casements, and we want to, again, this is, similar to the petitioner who was last. There's some mix of casements and double hungs here. And we are proposing on putting double hungs in there.
Oh, okay.
True divided wood.
These on the second level in the dormer are going to be double hungs now?
Yeah.
So are they going to be narrower than what you're showing in here? I mean, they gotta be the same width as the ones below, or?
Well, we just want to match what's there, what's currently, what's up there now, and not reinvent those windows. Actually, to meet code with light and vent, they need to stay the same size.
Yeah, well, so let me ask you a question, a more global question for a moment. First of all, I'll throw a comment in. This is a landmark home. It has a slightly higher bar than even the stuff that we've been talking about because it's a landmark home. And Stanley Anderson is certainly a very recognized, well-known architect in Lake Forest. And so we're asking you questions that may sound like they're nitpicks, but in fact, we see quite a number of nuances to this design that aren't consistent with what we would expect to see in a Stanley Anderson home. And so that's why we're asking the questions that we are. But backtracking to big picture, we're quite pleased to see someone, tackling this project and making this kind of investment. So take this comments not personally. It's been late. We've all been sitting through a lot of stuff. But these are quite unique structures, and we're only doing our job here. So we're going to give you some kind of like, probably some things to think about. I would challenge you to do a little more homework on the history of this home, and I would love to see, I'd love to understand what elements of this home, I mean, some of them are obviously changed. You can see this far right elevation where they've added the dormer. It's obviously not an original dormer, or at least the fenestration in that dormer is not original. And so, you're making more than nuanced changes to this home. There's a lot of things going on here, and of course, there's a property that we're going to look at next that has a lot of stuff going on too. The bulk itself doesn't alarm me, but I think that it needs to be handled well, and I'm not sure that it is being handled well at the moment. But the concern is not like specific to this kind of detail or that detail, or where there needs to be a shutter or where there doesn't need to be a shutter. Stanley Anderson himself handled those things quite erratically. Sometimes he would be very symmetrical, sometimes he wouldn't be. And so I think it's okay to have a little bit, that's part of the charm, right? So I think it's okay to have a little bit of that variation. But, when you see details, let's go to, not to pick on you, but to pick on the house itself. Go back to the last page where we see that's it, that current partial south elevation. That's an elevation that I wonder if that's an original elevation. I wonder what that house looked like when it was built, because I have a hard time believing that was how it looked like when it was built.
I do have at the back of this presentation the existing drawings.
Yeah.
Right
And is
there.
that how it was built?
Actually, that is. That portion with just a big glass was on the original drawings.
So are those sliding patio doors there now?
Combination of sliding patio doors and fixed.
And so you say go to the last part of the package.
I don't think it's on yours. I put it in this presentation.
Well, when we get a packet, we like to see all the stuff.
You know what, I added this this morning.
So where's this elevation I was just looking at in this package?
That would have been helpful.
Yeah, I mean, this is great stuff. This is the kind of stuff we need to see to evaluate what the changes are.
It's this back area over here.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's true divided lights. I can see it from here, even with these bad glasses and in this late hour. And even if I don't see it, I can make it up.
Yeah,
That's true divided lights, just like the garage door, right? All the way to the right, where the fan element is on the gable. Yeah. And so, what's there today isn't the existing fenestration. It was changed along the way. Somebody, took out the existing.
Well, I think what that elevation is showing, I mean, the plan, that they're showing the door that's beyond. But if we look at the plan, there's some indication, and actually, it's actually ironic because on the plan, the only indication that they show any kind of a glass, and I know you can't see it from there, but I'm looking a little bit closer, is right here that they showed some semblance of glass, but here and here they showed it open.
Well, it's an
Not
open
sure why.
porch in the original drawing.
Right, but
Yeah,
here
so it's
here
not-
they showed sliding
That
glass.
mimics the south.
So there's a little discrepancy on the drawing from what might make sense.
Well, nevertheless, you get my point. It's, you know, it's, there's a, well, here's another one. Go back to that porch where we're filling in the open porch.
You want the,
No, that's the drawing. You got it right
Right
there.
here?
Yeah, it's right there. And that area that has the window in it.
Right here?
So, yes, so that is original, right? That's
Correct.
how Stanley Anderson handled it. He filled that in and they put that window in there. That's interesting.
But the two ends are both open and porches.
right, and this end is enclosed, and then this is open, and this portion is open.
Yeah.
Right. And then
But-
these windows are handled different than the windows
Yeah.
right adjacent to them over here.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Got no more questions. It's an opportunity for the public. Do we have any public comment? We have no public comments, so now we can deliberate, even though I kind of jumped into the deliberations. Actually, I lied, I have one more question. The awning feature on the east elevation where the frame of the awning is there, but the awning is not there yet. You're gonna put an awning back there, and what is that awning construction?
It's gonna be tubular aluminum frame, with a fabric stretched over it.
Stretch fabric, and is there a color, or is there?
I've brought a couple of samples that we're deliberating right now, and the, should preface that by the color scheme on the houses, it varies on the houses. The cottage is all black and white, and then this house has kind of got some very muted green shutters with black, trim work around the doors, on the inlay panels, and then the windows are also black, and we want to bring it all to the black and white theme.
So you would paint out the green shutters to black?
Right, and they all need to be totally refurbished.
Yeah.
The siding needs to be refurbished. It's
Yeah.
just in disrepair. So in that context, we are, we're kind of leaning towards some colors with the black, and then kind of like a brown tone, which plays off the tone of the cedar roof.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't argue too much about the color of the awning, either black or brown, but the shutters actually probably are original in that green color. It'd be interesting to know if they really are. And I'm not sure how sensitive folks are to the color of the shutters, but it's interesting. I mean, I think in general, I don't think that we would try to impose, you to restore this back to the original Stanley Anderson design, but I think that we would try to encourage you to execute changes that are in character to that original designs when you do changes. And so, for example, the bay window on the south elevation doesn't strike me as, I don't know why, you could convince me, it's hard to see at this scale, but it doesn't strike me as being in character with the rest of the overall building design. And now, I didn't have the opportunity to study the original drawings. I think that would be interesting to have that opportunity, because I doubt that the bay window that you're referencing is original either, but maybe it is.
I
and
think that
maybe-
one, yeah, that is.
Yeah, well,
It
maybe
seems
there's a way
apparent
to-
that it is original, and I can flip to the drawings, and it does show that,
Yeah.
yes.
It may be a way that you can pull it off as successfully as that one, but the drawing above the existing bay reference doesn't seem as successful to me, to my eye, in terms of the rhythm of the windows on that elevation, its relationship to the rest of the, composition. And likewise, when you go back to the dormer view, where you're changing the dormer. So the dormer view, now, it's an improvement to change that dormer, because that dormer is not great. But what you're changing it to is you're changing that far right window, which is actually in scale with the rest of the building in terms of the size of the opening we would expect to see, and you could argue whether or not it should have a shutter on it or not, I don't know. But you've introduced 3 new windows instead that are kind of wider and have a different kind of character to them when we talk about the rhythm of solids to voids and windows and all of the criteria that we use to assess whether or not that's in character with the design. So I would say in that elevation, I'd rather see windows that are a little narrower or frankly, I don't know if they need to be narrower or if they need to be more, but for something is unsettling about the composition with respect to the rest of the design of that building. And this is all very, very minor, kind of nuanced stuff, but that's what you get when you buy a landmark building. I mean, this is the kind of grading scale that we have to deal with here.
And those windows are, I mean, those are the existing sizes of the current windows. So, I mean, we do have an opportunity if we wanted to make them narrower. But again, my concern is, you know, when we go in for a building permit and we change it and our light and vent doesn't meet code, will that throw another curveball in that, or will the historic, you know, preservation
No, you have to meet-
modifications that we make here, will that
No,
if
you
if
have
we're
to meet-
close enough, does that
No.
take precedence?
No, you have to meet code.
Okay.
So certainly if you evaluate a solution and you tell us that the solution is that way because it has to meet code, we can consider that, but I can't believe there's not another opportunity to fine-tune the window orientation on this elevation that can't be done to meet code. We see it all the time. You know, I mean, I'd like to, do I have other comments from commissioners? Maybe I'm just grouchy.
No, I'm gonna kind of, I'm gonna go off on what you're saying
It's
because
possible
you're
I'm
kind
just
of.
grouchy.
No, you're pinpointing what I'm saying too.
I've had my grouchy
You know what,
corner
if you go
muted
to,
up.
the page where you have your north elevation and your south elevation together, I think that kind of illustrates a little bit more. Let's see, it has, I think it's, I have sheet A4.2. It's this one. Two elevations together. Because I think that'll illustrate kind of what we're talking about here. Yeah, it has your south elevation also with your north, the north elevation's on the top, south elevation's on the bottom.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, you know, when you look at those two together, it's really quite striking how you have window, 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 open space. You see how there, it's repeating on both the north and south elevation? And when you, on the north elevation, when you close in that open air space with the windows, it disrupts that pattern. So if you can find a treatment somehow that leaves that open air porch, I mean, I understand the need for the space, you know, as a family room, but if you can find something, some other way of, you know, replicating the open space look. You know, I don't know if it's the glass, I don't know if that's successful, but you need to investigate the options there. And then also on the south elevation, as Mark pointed out, that bay window that you're adding disrupts that pattern. Again, you have like window, 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 but you're adding a bay in there, and then the original porch that was open. So there's a certain pattern here that's established on both ends of the house, that if you add these new elements, you're kind of disrupting that original idea of Stanley Anderson. So just wondering if you can look at those changes and treat them differently to establish that design that he was going for, but yet get the space that you need. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do understand where you're coming from. I think on the, you know, on the one porch enclosure, that's, you know, again, we were sympathetic with the adjacent finishes and how the rhythm of those windows were incorporated currently.
But you understand why that open space is kind of an important element
No,
on both
I
ends
do.
there,
I do.
yeah.
It's just not a functional space anymore, because again, it was a servant's porch, and it's not a servant's porch, and it faces the back of a driveway area, and it's not really, you know, conducive for use for the owner to sit out and look at a driveway. You know, it doesn't make sense from a use standpoint. So, you know, we certainly did look at, you know, what could we do if we kept this, and, you know, like I said, the one solution was if we almost did a solution similar to what they did here, just do all glass to fill in these voids. You would still see the big voids, and it would just be, you'd get a little reflection of the glass off of that. And I guess I'm not sure if that's doing the house more justice than kind of following the rhythm of this field, which almost seems like it was an idea that wasn't finished. You know, this almost bothers me more with this void over on this elevation. It looks definitely nicer on this elevation here. It's almost bothersome, I think. It almost seems like it wants to be finished, but it's not.
But if you look at just how the garage door is treated in this elevation, on the west elevation, you know, the fenestration on that garage door is quite successful in allowing the massing to go from light to dark. So you've got the windows at the top of the garage door, and it goes from light to dark. Now, Stanley Anderson himself, when he filled in that first bay, said, what the heck, I'm just gonna put another little window in there and call it a day. And that was just kind of the oddity of, somehow he managed to get away with it, right? But it pulled it off, right? But if you were to continue that detail that he did on the right-hand side all the way around that porch, I really don't think that you're gonna be happy with the way that that looks relative to how it looks today. I mean, I wouldn't be happy with that, because I can see what it would look like. It would be three little windows with a lot of white mass, right? So I'd much rather see that treated with, some kind of multi-paned glass like the garage door, top of the garage door, or develop or maybe that's an opportunity to introduce some color or something, maybe that green comes back. I don't know, and we're not here to design it, we're just here to grade it. And I think it can be more successful than what it's being proposed as in this. I think that filling in the space, there's an opportunity to do that, but you got to be creative about it, and you got to find a way to make the ultimate solution sympathetic with the original design intent of the house. And I don't think we're there yet, as far as I'm concerned. And it's just all details. There's not like, don't chop off a piece of the house or change your intention of how you want to use the house. It's just, you got to tweak these details so that they're, and I really would, perhaps we could give you a more definitive kind of direction if we had a chance to study the original drawings, but without seeing those, I mean, it's hard for me to give you too much, more input then. I'm not sure that, I'm not as convinced as the staff apparently was that it's successful, but that's just me, Any other comments from the?
Well, I guess I appreciate what Kurt and Susan are saying. I guess I'm not thinking that it's as, I think it's closer to being successful than they do, I guess is the way I should put it. You kind of have this, asymmetrical, eclectic, building that, has different things going on already. I appreciate, that the dormer that was added and has this picture window is being changed, and I appreciate that the window configuration maybe isn't picking up as well as it should from, other window configurations. But as far as enclosing that porch, to me that makes absolute sense, and the way it's being handled, I think, is appropriate for the rest of the building. I also think that the bay window, which picks up on the other bay window in the kitchen, also makes a lot of sense. So that's the way I'm seeing it right now. But that's one opinion, and I have a lot of respect for what Kurt and Susan are saying. So it sounds like there is some work to be done, even though I think it's closer than maybe they do.
John, you got any input for it?
Sure. I'll just make my comments, if I may. And as so often, we move from the sublime to the mundane when I chip in. My comments are primarily that I do have a degree of concern about the relocation of the fence, as you may have guessed from my questions. And then recently, you all weren't here, but the Historic Preservation Foundation made an excellent presentation on fencing in Lake Forest, and it emphasizes, their work emphasized the work of the city in design guidelines, which discourages stockade-type fencing and chain-link-type fencing. And I note that there's a fair amount of stockade-type fencing, 42 inch or so stockade-type fencing, and chain-link fencing in parts of these two properties. And then finally, I would note that, again, the Historic Preservation Foundation in Lake Forest does does also raise their voices, and I think people take them seriously. And I do note that they were generally expressing concerns relative to some of the design changes you're proposing.
Mary Ellen, any comments?
I also would like to see the original plans, and I think that these buildings have been sort of chopped up and added to and subtracted from. And I think that if you were to take some clues from the original drawings, and you might find a rhythm there, and the buildings might have their original flow back. And I think the original flow to these long buildings might be again achieved if you tried to go back to some of the elements of the interior of the original drawings. Because they're hard buildings to deal with. They're long and thin, and they've been played around with a little bit. So
Bob, what do you think? You think we're just being too tough on them?
Well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of
Might
little
be.
little
I mean, it is
details that are
possible.
not ideal. I mean, I also wish, as was referred to before, that there was something different that could be done with that whole row of aluminum sliding doors on the front of the house. But yeah, I guess you can nitpick a lot of things if you want, but obviously there's going to be a great deal of expense put into just restoring what they've got there. It's in really bad shape.
the potential's enormous. This is a really unique property on a unique corner, and it really could be just a fabulous compound. You know, I can only imagine what can be done.
Well, I don't know that I have I don't know if there's support for an approval or not. I mean, I don't see it from Sue. Sounds like Bill would vote for it. John would put some conditions on it.
I'd put some conditions on it. I think it's almost there. I think.
So can we just talk about that for a moment then? If you were, under what conditions would you support this, Mary Ellen? And are those conditions where you know how to solve it, or is it that you would want to see certain things solved that you don't know exactly how they get solved? Because that's important to.
Well, I know how I would like to redo this.
No, okay.
I mean,
Not sure that's the criteria.
Okay. I mean, I would rework the dormers. I would narrow the windows. I wouldn't enclose the open patio. I think that's a beautiful. I feel like I'm in Virginia. I feel like I'm in horse country in Virginia when I look at the picture on the left. You know, you know.
Yeah.
There are elements that I think are charming, and I think that open porch on the left is charming. And if it were my house, I would want to retain that. I would get rid of a lot of the 1960s sort of glassed-in additions that we see, because I just don't think they're charming, useful but not charming. I'm not sure I would put the bay in the kitchen because it interrupts the soldier look of the long line of the 5 windows. I think that's a nice sort of repetition there. I see why you would want it for the kitchen light at the breakfast table, but from the exterior, I sort of like the uniformity of each of these 5 windows. You know, I can just go on and on.
Right, so primary areas of concern are the resolution of the dormer windows, the resolution of how and if the porch is enclosed, whether or not the bay window makes sense, the added bay window.
Right.
Those are the three primary aspects of the
For me.
changes.
For me.
The other, there's some existing elements that would also be nice to change, but they're not proposing to change them, and I don't think that it's our purview to
Right.
ask them to change that.
Right.
So of the things proposed, those are the three main things: how the bay is resolved, how the dormer fenestration is resolved, and whether or not the porch is enclosed, and if it's enclosed, how it's resolved.
Right.
Would you agree, Susie,
Oh,
that
yeah.
that captures
Yeah,
it?
you listed
And
everything.
John would throw the fence in.
Sorry.
No, but that's
the
the
gate.
elements we're talking
Gate,
about.
the
right?
gate in, Bill would tell us, get over it. And Bob's probably
Wondering what he got into.
could sign up for it.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, ask away.
So you see the existing set of windows here?
Yeah.
Would you be opposed, and certainly would have to get approval from the owners,
Yeah.
if we left these two windows here and kept the French door for access out?
I think that could be resolved.
Now, the dormers up high
Yeah.
over here are easily solved. You know,
Yeah.
we can narrow them up a little bit. That's
Yeah,
easily
I
solved.
think you'd
I
want to
thi-
see the French doors with the same window
French
height
door.
and the same character, but I think that's resolved. I think that would be fine.
That would be fine.
So the south porch with the awning and everything, does that seem appropriate in your mind? You haven't talked so much about it.
Are you replacing the windows there just one more
Yeah,
time?
we want to get rid of this,
And are you-
this expansive sliding glass and create some sense of scale to the space.
So those would be in the same character as the other French doors? And they would be divided
panes.
lights?
Divided
Yeah.
lights, absolutely.
I think that's great.
That's fine.
And that's kind
So
of how
we're-
you,
So it seems like we're stuck on the porch.
So let's go back to the porch. See how you're treating this with these divided light
But we've gotten rid
windows?
of the bay. Okay, great.
See,
well, I'm not too sure about that awning working either.
well, let's go back to that really quick before we leave that then. Go back to that awning. So,
So that it's hard to, I mean, you can see some of the, you can see the framework,
like the
there's some
awning.
framework up here
Yeah.
that was existing.
sure.
And, and it does face west, it does face south,
Yeah.
and it is a sun porch, so it's a functional.
I like
You-
the awning. I
you
think
get
the
a-
awning is chic. I like the
I think the
awning.
awning brings a lot of,
Doesn't bring it
Well,
casualness and.
you get a pass on the awning for me because it's accoutrement.
I like the
You know,
awning.
the next
Okay.
guy doesn't like it, he takes it off, right? It's not a permanent change to the building, so I could live with it. But I like the notion of those doors getting along with each other in terms of matching the style of the window. If you find a solution on your enclosed porch that is in the same vein as that, I think you're onto something personally. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean,
about
I
it.
guess, I don't know if we took it, this was almost a conservative approach, because the door and the windows, as you see there, are basically projected on that same back wall, and we're bringing them forward.
Yeah.
So, we felt that we were being, like I
Yeah.
said, we felt that we were being appropriate with the rhythm.
But I think the
of how
difference
that was-
between the upper elevation, the real picture, and the lower elevation, the plan, is that the rhythm of those darks and lights, and when you go to the lower one, you lose that, and you have to kind of fuzz your eyes out, but what you see is a door and two windows on a big white block, as opposed to these three kind of cool, rectangular openings that are dark. I'd rather see the larger fenestration executed. That's just me. I think if you drew it, you convince yourself whether it works or not, but, so the other two are pretty modest differences that you could write a condition around. I'm not sure this is one that you can write a condition around. I don't know. What do you guys think?
No, I think that'd probably be difficult if we weren't able to see
I would think to
what was
kind of
there.
create the void, you'd have to almost get away from the true divided, and almost with the voids, and create just a big glass.
Staff, do you have any recommendations for us to get through this impasse here, besides just take a vote and get out of here?
I think that there's been enough direction and comment about the various elements that you summarized, the dormer window, the porch enclosure,
Yeah.
the fenestration on that south elevation with the bay window, that staff has enough direction to work with the petitioner if the commission wished to continue the petition.
All right.
I think that's appropriate.
Do you think you have enough, want to give that much latitude to Mr. Staff over there? You're okay
Absolutely.
with
I
it?
mean,
You're
I
okay
think,
with it?
instead of trying to
All right.
design it here.
Who
we
wants
can
to
just
try
let
to
you guys
take a
work.
motion? I would take a motion along that line if someone wants to get creative
I
with that
move we
motion.
continue the petition to allow the.
Oh, I don't think that was what the,
Why don't we ask the owner if.
you want to continue?
That's
Oh,
what you were
okay.
saying,
Oh,
is
I'm sorry,
continue.
okay.
Do you
Yeah.
not want
Should
to?
we ask the owner what they think about the front?
Well, I think, we've given them so much direction, instead of trying to design it
Okay,
here on the
fair.
dais, let
I'll
them
take that
work with
motion.
staff and
Yeah, I think
see what they
I'd
come
rather
up
do
with.
that. We have another So.
Yeah.
And you know, we have a history of this. You know, usually when we continue a project and we give them direction like that, they come back with something fantastic once they look at it.
Right.
So,
And if we could see the original plans, that might
I'll forward a copy.
round everything out a little bit.
We should definitely put them number one on the agenda, though, next time.
Well, they-
Yeah, yeah.
That would happen by default, I
Move you
believe.
up.
Yeah. All right, so,
so I move we continue the petition to allow the petitioner to work with staff and address our concerns.
motion's been made to continue the petition by Commissioner
Athenson.
Athenson.
I second it.
Seconded by that guy over there. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, now let's do the second part of this commission, this petition if we can. Sorry for, let's see, I gotta hold that one back. So if you want to continue on with the,
Green Bay, the Green Bay
yes,
road?
please, thank you.
Okay, 436
Yeah.
South Green Bay, okay. Again, I'll start with the site photographs, starting with the main gate. And as we go down westerly, we do turn a corner at Green Bay, and again, you can see it's heavily vegetated. And eventually we get to the east driveway, which basically is an opening into the trees, and then again, there's a incorporation of a berm and just more vegetation. So, you know, a lot of the house is really only visible from the opening in the driveway and the main gate. So the areas that we're looking at making modifications to, and I'll just kind of work clockwise here. The Green Bay entrance is over here. There's an existing little notch, and if you were out at the site, you saw there's a little notch and a doorway access that came in from the back entrance. Again, kind of an old servant's entrance, and we want to enclose that area. And then what that'll entail us to do is create a larger bedroom space here, while also maintaining some semblance of access from the back. Additionally, there's another entrance off the back adjacent to the porch, which accesses into the laundry room. We're looking at putting a shelter with columns that, again, mimic the columns that are on the other portion, other entrances of the house. At this point, working around to this bay, there's an existing bay window here, which is in disrepair. We want to basically remove it and repair it, and not make any design changes there. The area here, again, is a space for that the family wants to create a family room. There, way back when the building was first built, there was an open covered porch here. It had since been enclosed, and we thought it was done poorly. Wasn't even insulated. It was basically just plywood panels with a little bit of trim treatment to it. So what we'd like to do is keep some semblance of the courtyard. We're recessing back the family room area and then creating a family room space while keeping the corridor space, which accesses the bedroom areas from the main family living space. The roof plan, you can see the two areas on the roof that would be impacted. The areas around the covered porch is currently roof pitch, which is different than the rest of the house, and we would just, you know, obviously the new area that we're adding would have a similar impact where the roof pitch would be a very low roof pitch. The roof addition over this portion of the laundry room is also added. So the area at the family room, currently you can see there's a void in there where the recess of the porch was, and we're looking at projecting a new elevation back approximately 4 feet from the current elevation, and then creating a family room. And the rhythm of the windows and the true divided lights are in context with kind of a porch-like element, we feel. There's a little section through the south elevation which gives you an indication of the roof slope. Again, the detailing on the porch element has pilasters and a paneling type of a detail that's shown a little bit at the existing ends of this, and we're going to follow that rhythm in there. and that's not apparent in other parts of the house. It is fairly unique to this area, so we felt that was important to keep that element. This is the existing bay. That's really not going to change. That's going to stay as is. It's just in disrepair. This is the area as you access off of Green Bay Road. Had some wrought iron elements, and it's pretty much the only wrought iron elements like this around. So we're going to square this off. No change to the roof there at all. Just squaring off the portion of the house to make more livable space in there. And then the area at the laundry room, and creating a little, just a little covered entryway with columns and the porch, and the roof over the porch. And that was everything. And those are the areas of work that we're proposing on the Green Bay house.
All right, I'll ask if there's a staff report for this one.
Thank you, Chairman Pairitz. This is the smaller home of the two main homes that make up Twin Doors. On this project, as was described by the petitioner, there is a footprint increase. The courtyard that faces the main house is proposed to be partially infilled to allow for an expansion. I think in general with both of these structures, over time there have been modifications, additions here and there that may not have been completely compatible with the Stanley Anderson original design work. I think the overall intent for the project, as was noted by the Commission in the last petition, is to provide an overall improvement and restoration for the home, to repair the exterior materials and make these structures functional for the family that bought the properties. This project, because of the smaller size of the structure, does not require a building scale variance. So unlike the previous request, this request with the addition complies with building scale and setback requirements. There are findings in support of the project in your staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Megan. Any questions for either the staff or the petitioner on this one?
So was that wrought iron original?
I'm not sure. There had to be something there to support the roof.
Mm-hmm.
So
Because I know in some Stanley Anderson buildings, he did use a lot of wrought
that's
iron.
the only area that has that type of a detail on the wrought iron at the back there.
You don't see it on the original drawings?
So we can take a quick peek. There's been so many modifications to this house over the years. No, that was an addition.
Okay.
You can see where the house ended here. So, and the porch was here. So this whole back area with the garage and everything, that was an addition that was done.
Mm-hmm.
So no, it's not original.
Oh.
I think the family room is very successful. I like the windows and the panels below, and that'll be great.
Thank you.
Can you go back to that elevation, what is that, west elevation? That's it, yeah.
And there's existing French doors here, which we would be replacing, again, all true divided with that as well. And rebuilding some of the interior walls, which again, I said were just basically 3/4 inch plywood paneling, enclosing a bathroom and other livable space.
So I'm sorry, there's French doors on the two sides.
Two ends here, which kind of start where the colonnade of the porch originally was.
Yeah. And none in the middle of the family room. Okay. Any other questions or comments from petitioners or from commissioners? Or petitioners?
Should I talk about the gate again? Or?
Please do.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll just mention my concerns about the scale of the gate relative to the neighborhood. As we saw from the awards given out by the Historic Preservation Foundation earlier today, among the historic houses of Lake Forest are the mid-century marbles, which populate either side of Green Bay Road from Westlake Road south to Old Elm, and as you walk up and down Green Bay Road, there are, not just to state factually, there are no similar gates on Green Bay Road as you walk down from Westlake Road to Old Elm. And I mentioned that to you.
John, is the width of the gate your primary concern?
My primary concern would be the impact of the gate on the sight lines from, frankly, on the sight lines from the people across the street, because as you might recall, Green Bay Road there, the houses are fairly close to the street, and a 16-foot wide, what is it, 6, 7 foot tall, whatever it is, 6, 5, 4 tall fence is going to have quite an impact.
So if that was a 12-foot wide gate that was 4 foot tall, would you feel the same way about it, or?
I think the most important thing is that it be set back.
Set back further.
Yeah, and I'm not, looking at, it was very hard for me to tell from the drawings exactly what that setback was going to be like, because it appeared that you were using the low walls that currently exist on the driveway.
We were within the low walls.
And you were going to move it, oh, sorry.
We're not touching the low walls.
Right, so you're going to leave the low walls, so then you're going to have to move it back far enough after the low walls begin to, stretch out away from each other again, right? In order to accommodate 16 feet.
Basically where
because the driveway is only 12 feet wide.
Basically where the walls start to taper back into the site, where, then the gate would, in order to accommodate the 16-foot width, it would have to, be back further back onto the site, so.
I mean, so that's my big concern, is the impact on sight lines from the street, but most especially from people across the street.
And part of we were trying to tie the properties together with the other gate that was existing there, and so that was kind of the logic on that.
As opposed to the functionality of security.
Well, both. I mean, it's both. They definitely want to create a sense of security in that. So, we had something to go with that was existing, and that's what we wanted to kind of relate the tying the property together. Otherwise, if we create some different type of gate entity, you'd have to do both new. Just another added expense.
No, I mean, it's interesting because, of course, on Westlake, I think, as they said, it seems very appropriate, but Green Bay is a very different.
It's a very different.
Different kettle of fish, and as I say, I do not believe there is a single gate of that sort on Green Bay for all the houses that are there.
Hypothetically, that you wouldn't be opposed to a different style gate on there, even though it's not relating to the other.
Oh no, I have nothing against gates per se. I'm just concerned about visual impact on the neighbors across the street from you primarily.
Okay. So you think the gate has a negative impact as opposed to looking at the back of the house, I guess, is my question?
It's a very, that is, I mean, of course, you're talking about a neighborhood that's in many ways quite homogeneous. I mean, it's full of mid-century marbles, right?
Sure.
And very large bollards and gates are not part of the general run of things there.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand this. Okay, thank you.
Susie, what about you? You got any comments?
Well, I think this is more successful, this addition with the family room, because you almost replicated the look of the windows. You're just moving it forward. But there was one little detail that I just thought maybe you would consider.
Okay.
Instead of when you move the wall forward, if you see the original wall, it kind of juts out a little bit. Instead of just making it flat windows, would you consider just?
There are pilasters between all the windows as well.
Yeah.
That mimic kind of the porch feel. So it does have a little in and out.
So okay, because I was just thinking, because I noticed, instead of just a flat wall, instead of you just jutting out the window a little bit.
Oh, you're talking like at the very, in the middle?
The middle, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So there's actually a larger bay in the middle of the original solution. There's something kind of interesting about that, that it's almost a courtyard space, right?
Right.
That's kind of cool. I see what you're seeing too. This is a little flatter, and actually there's a little, the French door on the right actually goes into a bathroom. So I'm not sure that actually works, but.
Well, you know, I'm just saying, if you can see the line, like, right here, if you see the original line
No,
here.
no, I understand.
You know, and just maybe that would break up that solid,
There might be a refinement of
bit.
that would work better, whether it's,
And here's the original.
yeah.
There was no jut out there on the original.
Oh, yeah, it's
Oh,
on the
interesting. Okay.
addition.
It's on
Yeah.
the addition,
Yeah.
right?
Actually, it's kind of interesting. It works pretty well on the addition. Anyway, I agree with you. I
What
think,
we were going for on
Yeah.
that, I guess.
yeah, I see what you're
Yeah.
seeing too, Susie, but I think that's probably something I would give some latitude on myself.
so maybe if you
Yeah.
considered it, if you're looking
Yeah.
at it again, just to think about it.
Another concern that I have had on that, and, we've solved the problem, is that the roof slope is so low, and then it just keeps
Mm.
going lower. And you can see actually in this elevation on how that is. Right now, it aligns with the existing eave line, and by jutting it out, that would obviously jut below the eave line at that portion.
Yeah, and your site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just a little comment I had on that.
Yeah, but even if you just play with the fenestration, whether it's, right now you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 perfect bays. I would just, I wouldn't impose a condition on that, but I would say, look at that closely.
Yeah, see
You
what
might
you
be
think.
better off with, I don't know. It just, there's something repetitious about that in the existing solution isn't there. So it's like, you get to look at that every time you drive in the driveway, so be sure you like it. Nobody else gets to see it, but I think it's generally, it's a workable solution. It just looks like it could take a little, at this scale, it's really hard to see it, but you might draw that again and find that you like it better with doors in the middle or doors on the end, or move the doors from the very end where they're going into a bathroom to the next one in. I don't know, something playing with those door relationships might help that. Right now, the doors being on the end, I don't think are helping the composition as much as if they were somewhere else, but,
Maybe 4 windows instead of 5.
well, I think you want to be careful not to put a mullion right down the middle of that courtyard on that chimney. I don't think you want that. So I wouldn't advise you to make it into an even number of openings, but at any rate, so we've got a concern about the fence. It doesn't sound like anybody's raising any other large concerns about any of the other portions of this solution. So I wonder if a condition might be contrived that would satisfy John, and unless anybody else thinks we're overreacting about the gate.
Well, I think we're a little bit overreacting about the gate.
Yeah.
I hate to be,
That's okay.
the-
That's
you know,
okay.
contrary to everybody.
No, we're not,
Right. You know, I think we're arbitrarily like setting, a demarcation from the north of Wesley to the south of Wesley. If you go a little further south of these properties, there's bigger homes and more,
Yep.
and I understand, the concern from the people, across the street that they may be having to look at that. But we are transitioning from
Yeah.
kind of the Whispering Oaks, smaller homes to the larger homes, right through that corridor there. And it starts right there and goes on. So can we play along with, make it a little more diminutive, height and,
It's
how
right
far
on.
it's set back and, the vegetation around it. I think all those things are probably, some that's up for discussion, but, I think, it's probably appropriate there also. I think we get a good transition there.
Okay. One thing on the gate that it does occur to me is that it's a wrought iron gate. You could shorten it 10 inches in a heartbeat with a torch, so if
Aluminum.
Oh, it's aluminum.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Harder to do.
It might be a little harder. It'd be faster, but it wouldn't be as pretty. How about you folks? Any problems with the gate? Yes, no? Give them some latitude? What do you?
It doesn't bother me as much, I think, because it just seems like it's gonna be, there's a lot of, growth around it and everything. It just seems like it's not gonna be that
I tend to
predominant.
like, oh, sorry.
No, I'm done.
Oh, I tend to like small gates over big gates, but it's just me.
Susie?
Well, I'm not bothered by the gate either. I mean, maybe stepping it back a little bit, but it is a defining property. It's so different from everything else on that street. So like Bill said, it's almost a transition, so.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if you look at it
All right,
again,
well,
but-
I'm going to see if we will get motion that doesn't require a condition on the gate, but I will encourage the petitioner to study the gate and make sure that they're happy with it since they get to drive in and out of it every day. Is there a motion that doesn't require?
You want a motion?
Yeah, there you go.
wrote one.
Well, I'll take one.
Okay. I move that the commission approve a certificate of appropriateness for additions and alterations to 436 South Green Bay Road, based on the findings stated on pages 1 through 4 of the city staff report applicable to 436 South Green Bay Road, and subject to the conditions set forth in numbered paragraphs 1 and 2 on page 5 of the 436 South Green Bay Road staff report.
All right, motion's been made by Commissioner Travers. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ransom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passes, so you got 1 out of 2, and we'll look forward to seeing the first one again, hopefully next month. Let me ask the staff. We have one more agenda item. We have a mandatory stop date unless we elect to go through that. What would you like to do?
Why don't we finish?
Yeah, let's finish.
All right, I will take a motion to extend the meeting date.
Motion to extend till 11:15.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Ransom. That works for me. Seconded by
You can always have another motion, right?
Commissioner Swenson. Let's hear about the train station.
Okay.
Chairman, since this is a city-initiated project, I'm just going to provide a couple introductory comments before we pass it over to our consultants who have been doing some work on the siting and design concepts for the bike shelter parking.
All right.
The project on your agenda this evening is an informational presentation for future covered bike parking at the East Lake Forest train station. The structure is part of a larger project to improve and encourage cycling in Lake Forest. The city has received grant funding for the shelter, and this particular component is before the commission for input and direction at this time. In particular, we're looking for input on the style of the structure in terms of what is appropriate for its location adjacent to the historic train station. Is something more light and airy, a metal and glass structure appropriate? Is something that's more in keeping with the architecture of the station more appropriate? Those types of discussions and input would be very helpful for us at this point so that we can work in the next few weeks to put together a presentation and proposal for consideration at your next meeting. In addition to the style of the structure, we're asking the commission to review some concepts for the siting of a structure and provide input within those site parameters on the location of the structure. In order for our consultants to continue to work through some of the engineering and landscaping for the broader project, which includes expansion of the McClory Bike Trail, which runs along the Union Pacific train stations through Lake Forest and beyond. The trail extends north to Wisconsin and south to Chicago. The input that the commission provides this evening will really help us move forward with some of those details to continue the grant requirements that have been requested for us to provide information. Some positive aspects of this project are really to help remove some of the clutter that exists at the train station right now. Right now there are racks placed haphazardly around the station. So several years ago it was identified as a goal to try to clean up the station. And part of that, the commission did see some a presentation, I believe it was a year ago, for the exterior renovation. So those projects are starting. We had a new roof put on the station last year. Coming down the pipeline is a completion of that exterior renovation with new paint and repair to some of the wood elements. Additionally, the bike parking and the path really will help support visitors to Lake Forest, cyclists in Lake Forest, residents, and create a warming house environment with the train station associated with that path. So with that, we are working with Altamanu and T.Y. Lin as our consultants. They've done a lot of work and study of the grades and the specific unique challenges associated with incorporating not only a bike path, but also a structure that meets the grant requirements. So I'll pass the mic along to you.
Good evening. I'm John McManus, Principal of Altamanu, and I admire your stamina.
Yours too.
Amazing. Due to the time, we're going to make this very brief, and we're really interested in your comments. We produce many schemes. Staff has selected a few. We want to just get your feeling, just not only for location, but also whether you want this separated as much as possible for the building, what impact you think it will have on the building, whether we should think about Secretary of Interior standards to have something contemporary rather than something that is faux and pretends to be of the time of Frost and Granger. But I'll leave that up to you. Orenthal is the architect on the project behind me here, so I'm going to let him do a quick presentation, very quick, quite willing to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm going to go forward a little bit to our first concept.
Okay.
This is concept B. It shows the placement of the overhead structure, as you can see here, to the south end of the entrance stairway. The structure is placed low so as not to obscure the view of the building. We feature a ramp at a 5% running slope here that's ADA accessible and also allows access from the bike path from either direction. From there, you go to a little concrete walk to the structure. There are about 18 bike lockups there, there will be 2 per each lockup, so that will allow for the 36 bikes. We also have an ADA accessible ramp leading to the building this way. Here's a section showing the same thing. We'll have to have a retaining wall. The grade change is about 3 feet from street level to the upper level where the bike path will be. So there'll be a low wall on the bike path side and a retaining wall about probably 24 inches on the shelter side. Scheme B1 is essentially the same thing, except the shelters flip to the north side. It's exactly the same. It's just a mirror image of the first scheme. This site was chosen to see how this would obscure the view. We were thinking that this may be the best location because it provides a better view of the building, but we experimented with this as well, as I will show you later. Here's the same section essentially. Here's the third scheme. In this scheme, the shelter is up at the same grade as the building. We don't have to worry about spending more time on a ramp. As I said before, the previous ramp was a 5% running slope, so we needed 60 feet. Here we don't have to take up that much room. We're able to keep the parking spaces essentially the same. Also, we have no retaining wall necessary. There will be a retaining wall along the path where it's next to the road, but we don't have to add any more here to save us some cost. Here's a section. One thing we were concerned about was trying to preserve the spacing of the trees. You can see as you have on this side of the block, on the western end of the block, and as you get to Market Square. So we wanted to reflect that spacing in our scheme that we proposed. We would feature trees on the western side of the bike path, between the bike path and the parking lot. We would keep it formal here to reflect what was on the other side of the block, and here we would have a more informal planting area. So here is showing Scheme B, how much it may block the building. This is a close estimate, close approximation of what it would be. Here's scheme B once the trees are planted. Here's scheme B1. Scheme B1 when the proposed trees are planted. Scheme C. Scheme C with proposed trees. So we were also looking at part of the grant requirement requires a prefab structure. Through the manufacturer of Polygon, we can get the basic shape to cover our enclosure, whether it be wood or metal. What this company allows is we can customize these options. Instead of having a metal roof like the one pictured here, we can do a shingle roof. We can tell the contractor to match the roof that's on the existing building. We have the option to customize the ceiling of the structure. It could be tongue and groove, something to match the overhead that's on the train side of the structure. We can extend our beams in here on the ceiling too to create a more decorative effect. We have the ability to change the ends of the beams. We have the ability to add arches, something that may match what's on the train side of the structure as well. And we can provide an end treatment also. Whatever we suggest, they're willing to work with us with the components before it's shipped to the site. That pretty much concludes our presentation.
All right. Again, I don't suppose you have a follow-up. We don't need one. If you don't have one, we don't need one.
Just to note that there were some questions posed in your staff report. If the commission could provide input on those specific pieces, that would really help us moving forward so that we can bring back something that matches your direction.
Okay, so let me see if I can guide this for speed. Let's go back to the elevations, to the three. There you go. That one, the one, and the one before it. So let's start with your first one. So I think the key thing for commissioners to give input on is whether it wants to be down low or up high. Forget about whether it's right or left for a moment. But down low or up high, there's a drastic difference between how you see the building from the driving side. And if I just threw my 2 cents in first, I would say approaching from the north going southbound, it's hard to get a very good view of the train station because there is a grade difference. The driver is on the wrong side, right? You have to look through the passenger side. So the primary view is actually from as you come from Deer Path and you're going northbound is when you get a better view of the train. So what do you think, guys?
I'm just worried about being quirky, and so I hate to bring this up.
Sure.
But they just shut down the pedestrian way between the west side of the tracks and the east side of the tracks.
Yep.
And so my question is, by putting this bicycle shed here on the west side of the tracks, away from Market Square, away from the 2 roads that you can actually go over to get to the other side, and if you're going to the train station, you always have to get to the other side eventually.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Why put it there?
Well, I guess I'll let Megan answer that one.
Sure.
Yeah.
Part of this discussion is for the bike path is regional connections and allowing the train station to actually become a warming house for people along the trail. So a place to park your bike and then go to the train station. So even though Metro has closed that crosswalk, there is still a use of the station for all people who are taking the train. They may have to leave the station earlier now to walk north or south to get around. But there is a connection between the bike parking and the station itself that's been wrapped into some of these grant applications, and why this was an appealing project to fund with the monies that we received.
and again, I don't want to be quirky or argumentative, but doesn't this just open up the opportunity to move the I hear the warming thing, but
Right. The
I think
shelter does have to be
most people
within-
will actually, be using this if they're commuting or what have you.
Right.
And if you moved it away from the train station towards Westminster, you could avoid interfering with, perhaps you could avoid interfering with sight lines of the train station and make it more convenient for the people who want to go to Market Square or who are commuting on the train back and forth, either the city or up north. And I'm not going to continue.
The shelter itself does have to be within a certain proximity to the station. I believe it's 50 feet. So no further than that to meet the requirements.
All my comments are wrong.
No, I like your
Why does it-
comment.
Well, how do they measure the 50 feet? I mean,
And
Those
that's,
are the grant requirements.
but I mean, that's just 50 feet of distance, not travel distance, right? Because the travel distance is gonna be all the way up and around.
Yes,
so-
seriously.
So I mean, that's not 50 feet. I mean, I don't.
Is it
They're
as the
just
crow
talking about
flies?
as the crow flies? I mean, that,
Well,
Regardless of whether you can get there or not?
There's a train station on both sides of the tracks,
Exactly.
I guess, but,
Oh, yeah.
It's 50 feet from the station building itself. That's where the bathrooms are. That's where the kind of rest area along the station is. So those are the parameters in which the grant was awarded.
And Megan,
I
who's
guess
the,
the question is where we're seeing this sited, is that the only place it can be?
Within those parameters, within this space, within the parkway, that's the area that we're looking for input from the commission.
so, for example, we could
Don't want the
say,
other answer.
for example, we could say, we like it down low, or we like it up high, and we like it as far as possible to the south, or as far as possible to the north.
Yeah.
That's the
That's it.
question we're being
I
asked.
think it depends,
I remember the first time this was raised and the comment you made in the room.
I think it depends on the style. You know,
Well,
I'll want it,
Go ahead.
if the style's fabulous, then I'll want it to be in close proximity. If it's not, I'll want it to be,
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
but,
know,
and,
lower and away.
I understand that, but I mean, I think what they're looking for is like materials. We want it wood. We'd like it a shingled roof. We'd like it. You want it exactly like that.
That
This
would
is
be
what I
cool.
want.
But that has to be a.
This is part of our packet. I don't know where did
yeah,
this picture come
that's the
from.
best one, right?
Kenilworth, this is what I,
Yeah, that's the
And
best
that's,
one.
We love
is
that.
that a prefab,
Of course not.
Oh, that doesn't fit in, huh?
Whatever
can
you
you get any?
choose won't be prefab, of course not.
Right.
But
So
what we
can
could do is adapt an existing
'cause you put it in our
prefabricated
packet. You
structure.
showed it to us.
I mean, that's
now we
that's
like it.
part of an historic.
And do these even keep bikes dry?
Now, that's the question. Why
I mean,
are
doesn't
they?
rain kind of go sideways?
Why are they so tall? I mean, they've got 10-foot clearance. I don't understand why it has to be that high.
It could be a little bit lower, but the reality is it's for tall Swedes
Yeah, very-
cycling under the structure, so they're not
Very tall.
decapitated.
Maybe
My
some
husband's a
basketball
6'5"
players.
Swede.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, we got to take
won't
advantage
hit
of
his
this
head.
grant.
Foot or two, but not a foot, but not much more.
Could I mention one other thing? Or are you still going?
No,
Because I
I'm
like
done
your
being
ideas.
grouchy.
That's the best. Okay, so this giant shed they want to build, and we're going to build it because we can get the money to build it.
$13,000.
Yeah, great. Is going to hold 38 bikes, right? 36, 38, I'm sorry.
Oh, 38, I just.
38.
Well,
sorry.
the little side, the very nice little side thing that we have already existing,
36,
right
okay.
next to the train station,
Six, you're right.
holds, has capacity to hold 30 bikes, right? And if you look at the 3 racks that we have nowadays, they have the capacity to hold 90 bikes, right? And so today was a really beautiful day, right? And you want to know how many bikes were there?
5.
There were 11 bikes there. And how many of them were abandoned bikes? 3 of them were abandoned bikes. So, my question, the only comments I have, and then I'm going to be quiet, is that I think this is entirely in the wrong spot, and it's entirely unnecessary. And I won't say any more.
Overkill.
Well, if I had to put it someplace,
Now you're being productive.
I'd put it towards the north, sunken in. And I'd use, tried to duplicate it with shingle and wood and what Mary Ellen showed there, if that's the input that,
Yeah, I think
you know.
I wouldn't go contemporary because the contemporary kind of detracts from it. I would just go
I think what she
contemporary
showed us would be perfect.
instead of a traditional blending in with the station.
you know, and if the
Similar
whole
material.
idea is to promote bike riders along the trail and hopefully get them to stop and, you know, have a Starbucks and stuff, you know, great. You know, let's, you know, try to promote bicycle
Are there
riding.
bathrooms on the east station?
Yes.
Yes. So is this bike path on top of that ridge, the new one?
They're moving it over. They haven't done it yet.
But it will be where all those trees are? They're gonna take out the trees and put the,
Within the parkway of McKinley, the current proposal is to continue the bike path from the Illinois Bridge to the Woodland Bridge, to avoid the condition that exists now where people are going in and out of the parking lot.
Which is really dangerous.
Right, so this is all part of recognizing that there is a lot of activity currently going on at the train station, potentially planned at the train station. So to really try to help direct people to use the pathway, to park their bike, to stop and shop and, you know, enjoy our town. The funding that we have right now, it really does cover more of a ready-to-build, a prefab structure. There are, as the consultants mentioned, there are opportunities to adapt some of the structures, to make them slightly more characteristic of the architecture that's out there.
So in the interest of time, Megan, I think that Bill's comment is right on. I think the north side, personally, this is my thoughts, and I'd like to hear other commissioners' thoughts on it. I think the north side is more advantageous because the primary view to the station is when you're approaching from the south, so it has less of an impact on your view corridor of the building when it's on the north side. So I think the north side's a good idea. Whether it's down low or up high, for me, has a lot to do with what the structure really is and how successful you are in creating something that you really want to be right up in your face with. So if you can pull off a structure that's very, very cohesive with the train station in the same character, you like what you see the minute you see it, and it's right off the curb line, I think that could be very successful. If you're ending up with a very light kind of precast, more modern feel, that's like, think about it in terms of like it's a black bench that's made out of iron instead of a wood bench with a nice heavy cast iron base, whatever it is. You know, if it's a lighter kind of structure like that, well, maybe it's more appropriate not on the curb line right in front of the cars, but up in the parking lot with landscaping surrounding it so that it becomes kind of a modern accoutrement to a more traditional building. I think that, for personally, that's my take on it, is if you're gonna put it right at the car, you know, right at street level down low, you have to really be very successful in you know, in building a structure that you wanna really see, that you wanna be front and center in your view corridor. Because I think if you go back to those view corridors, in the view corridor where it's up high and put some landscaping on it, now you put the landscaping on it, I think particularly if that roof is not a gabled end roof, we just spent hours and hours talking about how these train stations want to be hipped roofs, you know, like on a previous meeting you guys weren't at. So everybody was finally convinced that they had to be hipped roofs. So if you're gonna do a roof that has a traditional roof, you gotta do a hip roof at this location, because we just, you know.
So the gable roof.
No, we
did do the hip
we
roof,
went hip
didn't we?
roofs, we went round and round and round, and for the low structures, they had to be hip,
Lots
so.
of trees,
So I think, you know, they want to be, it wants to be low, it wants to go away, it wants to be landscaped up, and unless you do that, you know, version where it's, you know, Tudor in style, keeping with this traditional kind of, and then that's different, then you know. But north side of the street,
well, you know, the only thing I thought about with the south end of the street, though, is that it kind of mimics the one-story baggage compartment. Because I'm worried if you put on the north, on the south side, if you put on the south side, it mimics that south-sided one-story building.
actually, that's why I like it on the north side. From the head-on view, it actually balances out. Instead of having all of the weight of the addition and the bike, see there now, it's balanced out. Now, I don't like it down low myself. I like it
Yeah.
up high.
Because see, if you go across the street to McKinley and you're looking at that, then it blocks your view of Market
How
Square.
many-
Or the streets, that, you know, the
Yeah, I mean,
buildings.
it's
We're
gonna,
going to see it
yeah,
from this angle. I mean, we're
you
all going
can't
to be
see
seeing
really
it from the
s-
south.
yeah, I mean, the static view from straight on the train
Yeah,
station is a
no-
tough one, no matter what you do, but
Yeah.
I think you see Market Square from a higher, I mean, this is sitting in a car kind of view, I think.
Can we talk a little bit about the composition of the stairs and the materials and the color of the concrete?
Do we get this
Can you
back?
go over a little bit of that? Is it,
And I'm still not convinced, I don't understand if it's up high and then because there's a retaining wall right there now, right? So is that gonna
With
stay? In
the
this, it looks
bump
like it's
out,
gone.
if it goes up high with
Yeah.
the
It
bump
doesn't
out
quite
on the
match
lower
up.
level, we can mound up, so we won't need a retaining wall in that location.
So they lose the railroad tie wall that's there. Right now, there's a railroad tie wall
Right.
that's there.
Almost the whole length of the street.
Yeah, which I think is an improvement to get rid of that wall.
So it'll be like that.
Although it
So
is
you have enough
railroad tie,
space
it's
to
a
slope
circle.
up to the bike path. We can also plant it. If what you really want to do is make it go away, then we can certainly plant it heavily on that slope. The reality of creating a building from a prefabricated structure that looks anyway as good as the existing building will be extremely difficult, I think, unless you want to spend bucks and actually go and have a custom designed structure.
I mean, in our exhibit, you show this really modern one, which is just really light, really almost whimsical, if you will, compared, I don't know if that's, you know, that might be taking it a little too over the top, but there might be something that's outside of the vernacular of a hipped roof, you know, structure that could be successful, whether it's just, you know, but I think something very simple and elegant might be, you know, that just is landscaped in and goes away. I could see that working, frankly, if you can't, you know, if you can't go to a traditional structure.
We're also concerned that we don't mimic the existing building and pretend it's part of the original design.
I have a question. On concept C, if it were above, you know, on the same level, then why are we messing around and building this little circular
The
thing?
handicap ramp, it's a
Oh, that's a
handicap
handicapped ramp,
yeah.
okay.
We have to provide that.
So that's in all of the scenarios.
Does it have to be covered, though, or could you just have bike racks
The bike
there?
racks, that's the question.
That's
Because, you know, when you're bicycling, you get wet, and
The rain goes
you're
sideways.
going to go
and
into the
then-
warming station.
It does need to be covered. Part of the requirements for commuter parking and studies, based on the studies that show what makes people comfortable and encourage people to bike, is a covered structure. So that's part of why these grant requirements do have these built-in parameters that say, you know, having a structure along a path is important, in this case for safety, and for connections between communities. Similar to using a covered structure because it's based by a train station to encourage people to commute by train and store their bikes there.
So Megan, quite an abbreviated kind of look at this. The question I would have is are we going to have an opportunity to grade this more fully later or not? Or how does this work? What's the process going forward for this?
What we would, the ideal process would be that we would walk away from this meeting and have some good, you know, clear direction up top to the north, a whimsical structure, whatever it is that the commission chooses. We go and do our research to find that, to make sure the grades work and that the path and all of the engineering requirements can be met. And we'll bring it back next month for the commission's input and consideration.
Well, it seems optimistic to think we'll get a clear, cohesive direction in the next 2.5 minutes from this group, but I would invite the commissioners to contact you individually with their comments to the extent they have them after this meeting. We've got a few more minutes. Does anyone else have comments to help Megan towards her goal?
Just a question, is this one of the standard ones too, or, I mean, prefab ones, or?
Essentially, it's an option. one of the more modern options, but it could potentially be one of the options.
And maybe less is more.
Yeah.
Could be.
Just delicate.
Yeah, it's really hard to.
Yeah, that's not
My
bad.
vote is traditional,
That would be nice.
wood, shingle.
Susie?
That's a
I don't know,
custom-
it's hard to say because, I mean, this is very
Customize
successful in this context,
Yeah.
but who knows how
These
it
to
works
make
against
them-
ours, you
Yeah.
know?
No,
I
I
mean,
agree.
and same with this is very successful in this context, but how do you know how it works in ours?
But they
So-
say they can't build that one, I think.
So, I don't know, even this one could be potentially more
Yeah.
successful, just because of the coloring.
And traditional
Oh,
that
that's hard to
close
do.
to the
You can
train
take these and
station is
make
different
them
than traditional.
Wood with it,
Yeah.
Right
full
along the
ceiling.
bike
You can
path.
take the prefab and make them
Yeah.
traditional looking.
Something light along the bike path maybe, you know.
You mean download?
I would also like to just offer that if commissioners do have comments or thoughts, or they're out and about and they see something that they think would be informative, that I'm available to have those conversations. Yeah, you
Alright,
can
well,
email me.
I don't think we really
I,
need to.
I think I'm gonna call the question on that, and we'll hopefully have given you some input on that. I think it's a dicey little, tricky little problem you got there, but there's probably some, hopefully you've gotten some ideas from us, and commissioners will, I'm sure, send you some additional information as they generate it, so. Do I even need a motion to conclude a meeting? I think I do. I'll take a motion.
have any-
Oh, I'm
anything
sorry,
else
is
from
there any
staff?
other staff report, or, thank you.
Any public comments?
Any- What's that? Good. I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.
I move to adjourn.
And is it seconded?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you and good night.
Oh my goodness.
I haven't had 11:30 in a long time.
Oh.
Since the old days.